We're underground in the sewers. We decided to take a bit of a rest after our battle. We then, when we woke, sort of finished, we um, had a bit of a conversation with the prisoner we rescued, who I believe.
Welcome back to Descent into Avernus. Just going through the recap of last week. So hopefully you all enjoy. Hopefully get all the technical stuff set up. And let's enjoy the session. I've got a little bit to eat because I haven't eaten yet. Been doing some woodworking. And now actually looking forward to a relaxing evening of playing some Dungeons and Dragons. So the journey of Sylk or Sylkoric. Let's see how things go this week. All right, back to the overview.
After a bit of a search, we found another prisoner who we freed, and Clement Vendetta, I believe her name was. We sent them off, but we discovered that they were both workers at the High Hall, and they both worked together. So we sort of worried that there might be some sort of conspiracy going on at the High Hall. After a bit more searching, we found another prisoner who we were about to release until Yerk realised she might not be all she seems, and after a bit of a fight with her, she disappeared and nearly escaped, apart from a very clever use of the detect magic spell, and we were able to shoot her down. And then we, after discovering a secret door, headed up and found the cultists engaged in battle with each other. It seemed that there was a bit of bad blood over a missing soul coin that we may or may not be in possession of. And we charged into battle after a bit of careful planning. Were able to take down all of the cultists apart from one who was the owner of the bathhouse, who we discovered was a member of the Van Damper family, whose family built the sewers. He promised to leave town and run away if we let him live, which we did, but he also revealed to us that his mother and potentially his siblings are heavily involved, and that whatever his mother was planning was putting the city in danger. And then we headed off to the temple to heal our wounds and get some rest.
Fantastic. Excellent recap there. Yeah, after a tough battle, you did manage to best the cultists. Seeing through the nefarious disguise of the one of the cultists of Baal, you did manage to get through that challenge, finding out a lot of worrying information about the Van Thamper family and their nefarious deeds. You know that Amric and Thirstwell, Mortlock's two brothers, have been assisting their mother, the Duke, who actually presides over the High Hall City Council, in a scheme that seems like the end goal might be Baldur's Gate's ruin, and seems to be tied in as well with what happened to Elturel. As you guys enter into the temple, you see that it's not quite as grand as some of the other temples around here. You know that the Helm's priestly orders have been split between here and the Harbourside Hospital, and you know that many of them are currently dealing with the influx of refugees into the city. You see here a few well-worn pews stand amid a roughly 20-foot high ceiling of echoing marble columns and stone flags on the floor. You step forward, your feet echoing, as you creak open the large double-sided wooden doors. You see a gnome dressed in priestly vestments. He's got a small brown beard, And he looks towards you as you seem to be interested in gaining sanctuary here.
Just Sylk won't go inside. He'll be staying outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna hover with Sylk as well. Mono.
Okay. So
Thank
Mono
you.
and Sylk loitering near the edges. Sorry, what was that?
Hanging around outside kind of defeats the point of asking for sanctuary.
Well,
So, Rill, it's okay. You go and ask. I just will spend some time out here.
My sanctuary is everywhere.
Sylk, you actually, with your knowledge of the cruise, you might be able to have a little bit of a roll. I'll let you roll investigation with advantage or history with advantage if you want to try and find a abandoned loft or a disused building that you might be able to use as a temporary safe house.
That's exactly what I was going to want to do, so that's perfect.
Ooh, on a 20. Yes. You know that round here in the Temple District, there is a disused... it was originally used to house priests of Asmodeus back in the day, back when that was tolerated in the city. Times have changed and they are no longer allowed, and since then the building has gone unused. It's a roughly 2-story stone building that's about half a block away that used to contain dormitories. And you'd be familiar enough with it to know that it's got a spooky reputation, but you don't know of any strange or mysterious things that have happened there. It seems like it'd be reasonably safe.
I'm not a big fan of staying inside these more holy places. Do you guys mind if I know a place around the corner, a Mono. I don't know whether you're a man of religion, but there's a place to stay around the corner maybe if I don't feel like going inside.
I don't think it looks very comfortable in there. There's lots of wood and like hardwood and stone. But I'll see what Rill does. But I would join you, perhaps.
Are you saying that you have potential safe house outside of the temple? That would work just as well.
I mean, you're a man. You're a man of these churches, Rill. If it's for you more comfortable, we can somewhat. It's just around the corner.
Man of the library. I suggested here because the Helm opposes the Dead Three, who we seem to be opposing now as well. So I thought we might be able to get help there, as well as somewhere to rest. But if we have a safe house, that would do nicely for resting.
Then go and ask her for the help that we need, and then we'll wait outside. And then I know a place around the corner that would suit our needs.
Perhaps we could, Brill and I could go and get as much information as possible whilst the rest of you set up the safe house, and we'll join you there once we've got the information we need.
Yes, that sounds like a plan.
I think I might need my wounds tending to first. I would go with Dolan.
You can Hamlin back to fetch us.
Yeah, I don't know whether that will work with him, but it's just, and I'll give a direction exactly where it is because it's relatively easy to find, would be my guess, and explain it. And if you haven't come in an hour, then I'll come back and take you from there.
Alex, what's the time in the city?
You guys spent quite a few hours down underneath the bathhouse, but you got there quite early in the morning. You got there about 9 or 10 bells. So it's probably now roughly about 4 or 5 in the evening, sort of mid to late afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, got plenty of time then.
Yeah, the sun's not setting anytime soon.
Also, I can look after your wounds if the priests try to charge you. If we have, if we will rest at the safe house, it will be perfect. I can do a more thorough job than on the field. You move way too much. It is very hard to apply bandages while you are fighting.
Well, if you think so, I mean, you did a pretty good job out there, so yeah, I'll leave you to tend to me then.
Agreed.
Okay, so are you? So some of you, I believe, are getting some aid at the temple, and then others of you are heading off to the disused dormitory that Sylk knows about. So I believe we've got Rill staying at the temple for now, and Sylk going off. Who is joining? So I'll just go through and say, is Yerk gonna spend some time at the temple, or head straight over to the dormitory?
He's gonna head straight to the dormitory.
Okay. Mono, I imagine you're going with Sylk.
Yeah.
Lucian.
With Sylk.
With Sylk. And finally, Dolan. I hope someone's going with Rill, otherwise we'll...
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I'll go with Rill.
Fantastic. So, as Sylk leads most of the party away towards the old boarded up stone dormitories that are just a little way to your southeast. In fact, that'll actually be a little bit closer than that.
I don't actually see where we are. There we are. Okay.
Rill, you see as you sort of open the doors to the temple, you see the gnome smiling as he approaches you, sort of lowering his priestly hood and interlacing his fingers, and he looks up towards you, and he says, "Oh, welcome, travellers. What can Helm, in his watchful wisdom, do for you?"
First of all, is he wearing robes or is he wearing more martial gear?
He does appear to be wearing robes, but make an insight check. On a 14, you actually sort of look him up and down, and you see, although he is wearing the robes at the moment, he's got kind of a martial bearing, and you can sort of see he's got quite a thick neck under his small form, and deliberate steps and upright posture imply that he does have some kind of martial training, despite the fact he is not currently wearing any armor. You can also make out that he does have, just underneath his robes, he does have a short sword by his side, because you can never be too careful in Baldur's Gate.
Right. In that case, I'm going to give him a bow and say, good afternoon, Vigilant One. Would it be possible to speak with you? We have reason to believe, and I will lower my voice at this point, the cult of the Dead Three are operating in Baldur's Gate. And I will discreetly show him the mask that we took from one of them.
He takes the mask and he nods solemnly. And he says, "Well, we've known about the murders in this city, and we've had our intuitions that they might be a result of cultists of the Dead Three, but having this confirmed is always welcome. We must remain ever watchful for the intrusions of these evil gods, and make sure that their followers stay as dead as those they worship." Where did you come across this?
In private, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course. It is always good to be cautious. You look around. You see the temple is at the moment it's pretty sparse. There don't seem to be many people in it just at this particular hour. You would know that a lot of the paladins of Helm are volunteering to assist in helping deal with the various problems that the cities are dealing with at the moment. But he leads you inwards to a sort of cloistered chamber further into the temple. Mono, are you coming too?
I think he's there.
Dolan.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mono's with Sylk. Yes, Dolan is standing. Are you coming along with Rill?
Yes, yeah, I'll follow them.
You also see that the priest of Helm looks towards you, Dolan, and sort of gives a quick nod, and he says, "I'm aware of your order, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you."
And you,
He eyes the sigil on your shield.
and you, brother.
There was an issue I was meaning to discuss with you as well. We should discuss this further in private, as he looks to your slightly suspicious-looking companions, who are sort of still just outside the door, making their way down the street.
Of course, I'd be happy to discuss any issues.
So he leads you inwards into a small chamber filled with the smell of incense. You see that in here there is a statue of a gauntlet with an eye in the center of the palm, upright, carved in stone, seeming to watch you as you enter and closes the door behind you. He looks to you and says, "So, this mask, and so the mask you gave him, by the way, this is the skull mask, right? Not the one of the masks you found in the treasure pile."
Correct.
Okay. Are you showing him any of that treasure, by the way, or are you just showing him the mask that you found on the cultists of the Dead Three?
I think just anything relating to the Dead Three, none of the Tiamat stuff we found.
No, the Tiamat stuff. Okay,
all right.
So he takes the mask and eyes it over and says, "Yes, this is most certainly an instrument of those in the service of Baal. And I was about to ask you where you came across this, and is the owner still at large?"
Not entirely. Bits of him might be still at large, but as a functioning entity, no.
Also, can I ask if Real has got any holy symbols of DnDia about him?
Yes.
He would actually look towards this, and he sort of frowns, and he says, That's an old symbol. I'm not sure I recognize it."
This is the symbol of DnDia.
Oh, I remember reading about him. He was something to do with knowledge and wisdom or the like. I don't think he and Helm were opposed. I'm certain of that.
They were not. DnDia was allied with Ugma.
Of course. And, well, knowledge is the other half of watchfulness, I suppose. So I'm sure your intentions are good, and I have already heard of the good work your order has done. He turns to you as well, Dolan. I know that Bahamut is well respected around these parts, with good reason. I fear there may be more cause recently for your order's presence, but please tell me more about these cultists.
Well, I'll give him a rundown from the top, starting with the soul coin. Okay. If we've got the soul coin, I'll show him that, but I'm not sure who's got that at the moment.
I'm not sure either. Last I heard, Mono was carrying it. But yeah, you describe your sort of interactions with the cultists, how you were able to find their location and to wipe out their base there, though you... I don't know, are you also telling him what you learned about the Van Thampers?
Yes.
Okay.
Whether Dolan thinks that's a good idea or not, it's coming out.
Yes, Real, I'm sure, is very excitable as you sort of eagerly explain everything that's going on.
Can I just ask, do you tell them about, what's his name, Mortlock?
Oh, that's a good point. Are you telling him about Mortlock?
Yes.
Okay.
And you gave him amnesty, despite the fact he was, coordinating these murders.
He seemed genuinely remorseful about the whole cult thing, if less so about the murders. And amnesty is not guarantee of security in the future.
Indeed. I will send word to my brothers and sisters, and if they spot him, I'm sure they'll be having a few words. But moreover, it sounds as if your troubles may be just beginning. He turns to you, Dolan. Our order has been, your order, as has mine, has been having some issues lately, I've heard, in this city. Tell me, have you encountered any creatures of a extraplanar variety?
I have. I found a couple lurking in an abandoned house, but I get the feeling that it was only abandoned because these creatures murdered their residents.
Yes, and I've heard of similar incidents across the city. I fear that there is instability in the city. There is something causing rifts and ruptures, maybe leading pathways for things to slip through. If this is not solved soon, it may get worse. I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but it appears that the nexus of this is to be focused on the upper city somewhere. The Order is investigating, as I'm sure your is, but we've yet to get to the bottom of it.
Did our two rescuees come here?
They did not.
I think they were. We told them to go to the Jasser house, which was Klim's home.
Yes, they went. You don't know where they've gone, but he does not. You described the prisoners to him, and he doesn't recall seeing anyone of their description. It's been quite quiet around here lately, and he assures you that they've not turned up. He also says, now, if you require some aid going forward, we actually gave shelter to a young woman who may be of assistance, by the name of Rhea. She has a misunderstanding with the law, and although we don't normally take too kindly to that, there were mitigating circumstances. If you see a woman named Rhea, let her know that you're friends of Helm, and that you spoke with Lucas Monray, and that he vouches for you.
Thank you, Brother Lucius.
She is, I think, aligned with our purposes, and she was seeking allies that might help her.
Where would we expect to find her normally?
She has been on the wrong side of the Flaming Fist. She's been lying low, but I've heard she's been scouting out the Low Lantern.
It's useful, thank you very much. And with regards to the other matter, the slipping through of these demonic creatures, it is my suspicion that this is being aided by people from this plane, that there are those such as the Van Thampers who are actively opening these portals to allow these extraplanar scum through.
You see, Lucas considers this, stroking his beard a little while, and he says, "I'm not sure I'm convinced of that. They seem almost random, sporadic. If I could put my money on it, I would say that there was something with a malign influence whose mere presence was causing the gaps between the barriers between the worlds to break down. If you're able to find this and maybe remove it from the city, whatever it was, be it a person or an artifact or a presence of some fiend, then things may return to normal."
Interesting. Is it possible that this presence is influencing our cultists? That I've got it the other way around. Something slipped through and it started to corrupt the people of this city.
I hadn't considered that. Maybe you're right. Whatever it is, it's somewhere in Baldur's Gate, and I think, judging from the frequency of these rifts and their locations, and he points to a small, he pulls out a small map of the city with X's crossed off on it. They seem to be clustered around the upper city, and he says it's somewhere probably disturbingly nearby.
Are those purple X's on the map now?
No, those are actually the maps of the murders. These ones, I can draw them on for you in a sec, but they were clustered around sort of the upper city.
Okay.
Anywho, right. So, unless there's anything specific else you'd like to discuss with Lucas, we will take a quick detour and investigate what's going on with our pals as they go over to the disused dormitory.
There was one last thing that I wanted to bring up, and that was the ghostly skull.
Oh, he looks at you, and he says, "Wait. So you're presumably describing what happened to you with the skull?"
Yes, how I felt before, how I felt afterwards. The whole shebang.
Because you were. He sort of looks at you and he sort of goes, let me. Hold on 1 minute. He retreats into the chamber and he pulls out a locked lead box. He gets a key from around his neck, fits it into the lock, and pulls it out. And carefully, with a pair of tweezers, he pulls out what seems to be a glistening, glowing black orb. He looks at you. It's only about a half an inch in diameter, and he holds it out far away from him, far out from his body, as it seems to radiate menace. And he says, a minor artifact of Orcus. We keep it here for prevent it falling in the wrong hands, but it can be useful in cases such as these. Rill, would you come a little closer? And he says, holding it outstretched.
I will come a little closer.
Okay. He holds it out from your skin as he places it against your near your forearm. You see small black blisters begin to grow as he snatches it back, and he says, distance of more than 2 inches, just as I thought. You have been made especially vulnerable for necrotic energy, he says, placing the orb back into the box, locking it. I will be able to cure you. Hold 1 second. He holds out his hand, mutters an incantation, and he casts Remove Curse on you. After a moment, you feel refreshed. You blink eyes open, and he once again he pulls out the orb, placing it near your skin, but this time no blisters form. He places it back in the box, closes it, and goes back and says, "Lucky I caught that. That could have caught you off guard if you're meddling with the forces of darkness."
Yes, that would have been most unfortunate. Thank you for your help. I know it is not much, but a small donation for your temple?
Oh, if all donations are welcome.
I'll be honest, I'm only giving him 1 gold piece, but that's because I don't have much more than that.
That's fine. He nods graciously as he placed the coin in the alms box next to the statue of the outstretched hand.
Just as we're actually I am new to this city, Lucius, and I've not been able to make contact with our shield warden. Have you met him? Would you know where I might find him? He's normally in a library somewhere.
He nods and he says, "Ah, yes. The knight, the shield warden Michael. Yes. He's normally down by Harbourside in the library near the Flaming Fist Fort."
Thank you very much, and
I really like Rill and Dolan. I like the way they do their characters. I like the way they act. It's really cool. Enjoy it.
For your donations, he also waves his hand over you as you. He decides to use Inspiring Leader. He gives you both 6 temporary hit points.
nice.
And
Thank you sincerely, Vigilant One. We shall keep you apprised on our progress.
he nods and says, "Thank you. The perils befalling Baldur's Gate are many, and we must remain ever watchful." And with that, we'll go over to the rest of the party. As you're slipping through the streets again, Sylk, you do again notice that group of suspicious-looking ravens, forcing you to take a kind of wide detour. Though you do manage to, since it's only a short distance, you do manage to navigate through the city without incident, and eventually you come across a boarded-up 2-story building. In the quieter part of the temple district, sort of nestled between larger, more impressive temples to deities like Gond. You see that on the door, there seems to have been a symbol scratched out before it was boarded up. Above the door, sorry, engraved into the stonework, but it was scratched out, leaving it now unrecognizable.
This looks like the place. Follow me, and we'll go to head inside.
The door is boarded up. How would you like to enter?
Is there a window on the side? Is it all boarded up? Everything's boarded up?
The windows, and all the windows, of which there are quite a few, because it was sort of a dormitory, each with separate rooms. Those all seem to be boarded up. However, it looks like it wouldn't be too hard to pry the wooden planks out of the way and just open the door.
I'll just look around and see that there's basically, I'm probably the weakest of most of us standing here at this moment in time. Anyone want to help me open this door?
Oh, a bit of breaking and entering. Not too sure about this.
It's only breaking and entering if someone lives here.
You sure these are empty?
I'm sure.
So yeah, kind of like walks over, pulls his great sword off his back, and uses it as kind of like a wedge / lever to just pry the boards off with.
Oh, sure. Make an athletics check, and you'll get you're using it. Your sword as a crowbar, so that'll be with a +5.
Oh, cool.
In addition to your Oh, on an actual 20, you barely have to lean as you just pop, as you noiselessly and easily remove the boards from the door in such a manner to make it almost impossible to discern that they have been removed, leaving very little trace that you've done so.
Awesome use of a
right,
crit.
I can,
That was a 31 athletics.
Those blanks never stood a chance.
I can get some rest now.
As we gave Rill and Dolan the directions, I should have a good idea. But is there a way that we should? Can we make sure they're aware that we're here? Or I'm.
Are there any animals around? Just have a little chat. A bird.
I mean, you can send Hanlon.
Send Hanlon. I can chat to him.
Yeah.
Hey, Alan, can you tell our friends where we are? They left them at the temple. How are you feeling? You good?
Hanlon sort of nods. Hanlon seems to be a little bit disappointed though, as you see him sort of turning his head as he sort of tries to sniff what's happening in there, and you can tell he sort of hears. He says, "I hear squeaking. Are you sure I can't come in here with you?"
Oh, there's going to be so much squeaking for you once you come back. Oh my god.
Oh. Make an animal handling check.
Boom.
25. Hanlon, sort of, you see Hanlon give a little meow of affirmative and reluctantly bounces down the street, sticking to the shadows, going over to back over to the Temple of Helm. As you look inside this two-story building, you see that the first two floors is split into two halves. The first half being what seems to be the former common room, and then the other half seeming to be some kind of teaching room. There's also a staircase leading upwards, and there are dormitories. And you know that for Sylk, you'd know that upstairs there are the dormitories, of which there are about 12 rooms, each of which would originally have had triple bunk beds in them, but now stand mostly empty.
Well, I guess it's place to lie down, Yerk, if you need a rest.
Yes, before that, I think we need to discuss what we're doing tomorrow morning, because looks down at his chest of chainmail, which is all kind of like tattered and torn. I think I might need to go and see the Flaming Fist's armorer.
That is a very good idea. I think I need some armor as well. Apparently, I can get stabbed as well. And Lucian looks at the places where he got stabbed by the lady who knocked him out almost instantly.
Yeah, your armor isn't mechanically damaged, but it does look significantly less fancy and impressive than it did, what with all the renting wounds stabbed into it.
Well, we need to offload a bunch of things, so
Yes.
I think that makes sense tomorrow to go shopping. I guess the shops would still be open for the next few hours in Baldur's Gate.
Yes, there is something I would like to. I need to find a jeweler's. Did we see one on the way at all? I was looking.
Would we know that?
Sorry, DM.
You'd know that in the upper city there is no shortage of jewelers.
But would we know that in the? Sorry, go ahead. I also have a question, but go on.
No, I have one other thing. I remember that one of those cultists is still alive. He is just sleeping. I'm wondering whether we should. The last one, the one I bit as a spider, I put him to sleep. I didn't kill him. Now, do we want to talk to him, or do we want to give him to the Flaming Fist? What, before he wakes up and does mischief? We need to deal with him.
I'm sure whatever is left down in that sewer will finish him off.
I'm not so sure. I think we managed to finish everything else off.
I mean, you know, there were a few things left down there. There was a room full of shuffling, moaning things that you bypassed. there was also a real the 1, 2, and 3. I believe the skeletons that you just left sitting down.
Okay. Well, if we are not bothered, I'm not bothered. It is fine. I just remembered.
Well, look,
So you have actual poison when you turn into a spider.
Yes, it's really good, huh?
Fascinating.
I know. When I'm a big wolf spider like that, oh, it's really. You said, what do I think about? With that one, it's just I just want to bite people and see them paralyzed, and then that is my pleasure.
You see Lucian's eyes go wide as you mentioned that your pleasure is to bite and paralyze people. Just maybe slightly seems to want to take a step back as you mentioned that.
Yeah, just as I do that, the little mandibles start to grow a little bit, and then I just pull it back.
Mono, make an insight check for me real quick. Okay.
Nope.
You're not quite sure what the emotion that Lucian is expressing here is.
Okay. I guess I just think he's going along with the joke.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like he's afraid, but there's also something else there. Yeah, you're not sure.
so I mean, we've got a lot of things to talk about, right? I mean, shopping's one of them, and we have to go, and there's definitely places where we should be able to get the items that we need, but I keep coming back to the word we here. I'm not really sure why we're doing all of this. Why are we involved? I mean, I'm aware of how we got into the situation, but is it really our fight?
Well, some of us are invested. I saw my people being maybe slaughtered, enslaved. Yerk here, his city has been taken. I can't speak for him, but maybe it's a question for yourself. What is it that you are doing?
I'd given up on the city of El Terrell a long time ago. There is one person that I want to find who probably went the same way that your families and friends went. And that does concern me, but I would rather be heading there or trying to... Is that what we're doing, is to work this out? I guess I've given up.
As you're saying this, make a Constitution save for me, please. Ooh, interesting. As you're talking, you suddenly feel an agonizing pain rip through your arm. You're temporarily forced to your knees as it's burning and stabbing feeling as you clutch your arm. And then you realize after a second, this pain is coming from the arm that's no longer there. It feels exactly as if someone was carving words into your forearm with a knife or another sharp implement. And it's on the arm that isn't there. All of you just see Sylk fall to his knees as he begins to clutch his pathetic arm in pain.
I guess Lucian would just rush to his side without even thinking, just trying to find out what medical condition he has that might have caused the pain.
How
Are
can
you
a
okay?
fake arm hurt? As like Yerk just walks over and looks at it.
And I'll actually just I'll rip off the prosthetic arm that's there. This sort of
If
mechanic.
Sylk will let you, you don't have to let that happen, Sylk.
No, Sylk's gonna rip it off.
Oh, Sylk's gonna.
Sylk's gonna rip off.
Okay, so I thought that was someone else.
No, Sylk's gonna sort of. He's done it before because he has to occasionally, but he like rips off the which is actually his bow, the one that holds the arrows. So he takes it off and just drops it on the ground and just.
Yeah, it seems to. It doesn't seem to help much. The pain now does seem to be dimming, but you can still feel that imprint. It's almost like you're not sure if it's like a phantom pain or a memory, but it feels real. It feels as real as if it was on your other arm. Can
I look around and see if there's anything else in this room that's... Why now? What?
Yeah, I was going to do the same. Just have a look around.
You sort of have a look around. You can't see anything. Make a perception check.
Is that for me as well?
Oh, there we go. 15. Yeah, you're pretty certain you're alone in here. No one around you appears to be casting spells or doing anything. You try and think back to when this might have happened before. You do occasionally get phantom pains in your missing limb. But the last time this happened, it's normally pretty mild. The last time you did have a pain a bit like this, but it wasn't. It was something like a few days ago, and again, it seemed to be completely random. It doesn't seem to be determined by anything.
I'll pick it back up and put it back on and see if it's now stays dull or if it comes back again.
The pain doesn't come back. It doesn't seem to be affected by your prosthetic limb, and it just quietly dulls away. Although you can't, you still feel kind of like a dull imprint of something, like just that feeling of something having been stabbed into your arm. Although it is now fading.
I will sort of get up and walk away from everyone. Just go and sit down in a corner and start to just slow my breathing down. Try to meditate on what it might be, what's going on to cause this.
I mean, make a history check for me, quick, please, Sylk.
Okay.
And while that's all going on, we will pan over to the Temple of Helm, where Rill and Dolan, you see Hanlon has managed to sneak into the temple and is just now meow, meow.
Hello, Hanlon.
Oh, on a natural one. You think that your pain might have something to do with the astronomical signs overhead at that particular day. Maybe it's something to do with the constellations.
I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you've no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hanlon pokes his head round the door and meow.
Hello, Hanlon. I shall bend down and give him a scratch on the head.
Meow, meow.
Are you here to take us to... Are you here to guide us? Lead on.
I mean, none of you can talk cat, and Hanlon is just a cat. You can guess. Make an animal handling check to try and determine Hanlon's intentions. Hanlon does seem to be here on some sort of mission, but you're not sure what it is. You imagine it would be to retrieve you, but you're not certain.
Classy.
Well, might as well follow the cat then.
So with that animal handling, would that let me pick the cat up?
Just about, though Hanlon is not happy about it, but he sort of tolerates it.
I'll give him a bit more fuss to set them down. But I'm going to use him as a bit of a guide. So if we're going to go the wrong way, he'll start squirming. So as long as he's not squirming, we're going the right way.
Okay. Hanlon does lead you directly towards the disused dormitory. Make a perception check, Real. Okay. As you walk down the street...
Can I keep my passive perception? Because that's higher than that.
Yes, actually, yeah. What's your passive perception?
14.
Okay, on a 14, you would see, once again, the suspicious clump of ravens. Would you like to detour to avoid them?
Yes.
Do I see them as well?
Yes, you do.
Can I, because this is a few times now that they've got in our way, can I use Divine Sense?
Absolutely. All of these 3 ravens appear to be fiends.
Being watched. There's something fiendish in this city. I'd like to go down the alley that they're guarding.
Oh, okay. As you approach, make an intimidation check real quick.
I'm actually good at that.
Oh, on a 15. You see that they seemingly, at your presence, you notice them eyeing your shield and the symbol emblazoned upon it. And as you approach, they all begin to caw and flap and fly away.
We're being watched. We're being watched by a coward. Yeah. We need to get to the upper city tomorrow once we've had a rest.
Then let's not draw any more attention to ourselves. Try to keep the sort of... Sorry.
Let's let the cat guide us to where we're sleeping tonight and deal with it tomorrow.
Yeah, the cat leads you over. Hannon leads you over to the disused dormitory, wherein you see Sylk and the others. Sylk looking decidedly grumpy. Lucian looking somewhat ambivalent at Mono's discussion of spider habits, and Yerk looking a little bit looking forlornly at his very battered armor. You guys would see Rill and Dolan approaching. Dolan seemingly filled with resolve, and Rill with, as usual, general curiosity and excitement.
And a cat.
And Hanlon the cat, who immediately, as you enter, bounds out of your hands, races up the stairs, and starts hunting rats.
How did your visit to the temple go?
Very useful.
It went very well.
Can I just shout at Hanlon as he goes up the stairs? Hey, just leave me one, okay?
Make an animal handling check.
All right.
15. Fine. Hanlon calls back, seemingly acquiescing, though he doesn't make any promises.
I say seemingly acquiescing, so a cat promise, which means no promises.
Enjoy yourself.
As we're filling in the others on what's happened at the temple, seeing Yerk looking at his armor all forlorn, I'm going to go across and put my hand on his shoulder and go, I have a new trick. I figured this out earlier. Watch.
Oh.
And I'm going to cast Mending on his armor.
Nice. Rill, you step forward, and with a quick flash of blue light, you see the wounds and rents and gashes and tears in your chainmail and the protective plating that covers you begin to magically reform. The chain links moving around each other over the course of a couple of minutes. Rill just systematically placing hands on all the different forms until your armor is bright and shining as if it were new.
So Yoke just kind of sits there, just like mouth open, like, just like what?
My friends at Candlekeep have been trying to get me to figure this out for years. It finally made sense last night. I can cast spells.
You will make a fortune in the mending trade, if there is such a thing.
This is amazing.
As I just holding it up to the little light.
Can you use it on flesh as well?
That spell does not work so well on flesh, but the being that blessed me gave me healing spells, so they work on flesh.
Oh.
Sylk, maybe one more history check, please, as you try and you're trying to figure out what's going on with your arm.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the cast time for mending is something like 10 minutes. Oh no, it's 1 minute.
I think it's 1 minute, yeah, so...
So if everybody else wants to pile up their armor while we're talking.
Yep, Lucian doesn't have any armor per se, but he will give you his shirt, which is now has 2 dagger holes in it.
Sylk.
My history was very weak before I was still in pain, but I've now remembered a lot. It's
you realize that the last time you had a pain like this was maybe 5-6 days ago. But thinking back at the exact time this has happened, and you actually go and cross-check with Yerk to make sure this is exactly when it happened. The last time you had the pain was the exact moment that Elturel disappeared. Make of that what you will. I'll say on a nat 20, you also would be able to realize that the pain that you feel, it feels deliberate. It feels almost like a tattoo or a carving or something being engraved or written into your flesh.
Can I make out what is being written, if it's writing or if it's just scribing?
Let me just check one moment. What languages do you speak?
Not a lot. Common and Elvish.
Okay, in that case, it is in a language you do not recognize.
Okay.
It seems to be deliberate, and it seems to be words. It seems like an unfamiliar language.
Cool.
Could you write it down?
Oops. Sorry, to that.
Let me... Does it keep happening over and over again in the same spot?
No. The first time you felt the pain, it was on your forearm, close to your wrist, and the second time it was nearer to your elbow.
Okay, but the same sort of the sign or different each time?
Different.
Okay. I'll actually go over to Rill, who, like, while he's standing next to Yerk, and just sort of say, Rill, sorry, you love a good riddle, right?
Ah, yes. Always like the mysteries.
Perhaps you can help me when you're finished up with Yerk. Love you to I don't know. Maybe the combined group could help with something. Do you have a spare pen and paper?
Of course.
Can I borrow it and I'll
pass him my ink and quill and some paper.
Well, I'll go and sit in the corner again where I was sitting and try to start etching how it feels that it is. It'd probably be a bit messy, but
sure. You vaguely. This will just be a straight intelligence roll to see if you can write this down. Ooh, a 19.
It should actually be that's a 17, not a 19. Sorry.
17, sorry.
Yeah.
That's fine. So Rill, make an investigation check to try and figure out if you can decipher what this means. And this, by the way, is what you felt recently. You wouldn't be able to remember exactly what you felt.
A
few days ago. This seems to be a word in Infernal. It's a bit messy, but it looks like a word, and because you speak Infernal Rill, you would be able to recognize this. It is a word meaning... it's a little hard to translate because it's all because of the Sylk obviously not speaking or writing Infernal, wouldn't be able to write this down. But it seems to translate as it's a possessive, and it's in the passageway of, in one word, in Infernal. It's Thektar in Infernal, but it translates to in the passageway of, or in the doorway of, or in the... It's some kind of liminal space, some kind of barrier between two things, and it's belonging to someone, but you don't know who, because Sylk doesn't feel that.
Are you saying this out loud, or...
Yeah, I'll let everyone know.
Well, it's Rill that would be able to decipher it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone's hearing that.
This is the best definition that I can give, and I'll give you what Alex just said. Did you say Thekdaran?
Yes. I mean, that's crudely, that's not going to make much difference in terms of how you're going to interpret it. But yeah.
Sylk, have you explained that it's from your other arm, or from your arm, or not?
I hadn't yet to the new members that came in.
So you're saying that the last time you had this pain, Eltrail disappeared, and now you're saying you feel infernal writing?
Yeah. This is the second time I've felt this sharp pain, but it's in my prosthetic arm. I've had this since I was born. This is not something new. It's not the same one since I was born, obviously. It's been replaced over time, but I've had this for many years.
What may I ask happened to your arm?
I was born this way.
Okay, that is a mystery. Some people have, how do they say, like a ghostly arm when they have had their arm removed, but if you are born like this, it cannot happen.
Yeah, it's the first time, twice in 5 days or so, and never before. It's got to be linked somehow. In the hallway of, I felt the pain. It was a different pain a few days ago, but I can't remember at all what it might have been. It wasn't thinking this way.
I think you should keep hold of some paper and a quill.
Yes, good idea. And I also say, and Sylk, this may be a reason to perhaps get involved with what is happening. That is demonic writing, huh?
Well, it seems as if I can't get away from it, even if I wanted to. Rill and Dolan, I was just saying before you came, why us? Why? Then the pain happened, so...
Well, if it's hellish writing, then your arm might be in hell, your real one.
If he was born without it, that's if it was taken from him in battle, maybe. But if he was born without it, that can I cast Divine Sense again?
You do not notice. Again, you detect something a little bit strange about Lucian, but you don't detect anything odd about Sylk at the moment.
Well, you clearly weren't born in hell or born from hellish parents, so and to tell you, we learnt from the priest in the temple that there is some sort of demonic or devilish presence in the upper city that has slipped through into this realm and is allowing others of his kind through. And if that message translates to in the gateway of, there's a gateway to either the abyss or the nine hells in this city, then it would do as well to track it down. And maybe that might give you an answer, Sylk.
I would like to say one other thing, Sylk. With your arm calling out to you like this. If it started when Elturel disappeared, and if what we think is correct and was pulled down to one of the hells, then maybe that can be reversed.
Maybe.
Maybe your connection with your arm is what we will need to bring it back.
How does a part of someone end up in hell? It's.
I think they will take whatever they can get, huh?
I'm going to kind of give my head a bit of a resigned shake and say, you would not believe it. Accidents like that happen all the time in the library.
I think I don't want to visit your library then.
That is one hell.
It is
that
the
is
most
one hell of a paper cut.
Yes. It was one such accident that brought me here.
You can count yourself lucky then. There are far worse places you could have ended up.
Indeed. Oh, indeed, it could have only brought part of me here.
As you guys are talking, by the way, you hear a knock at the door.
Visitors. I'll go to the door.
I thought
Wait.
this was abandoned.
I will pull my bow straight away and pointed in the direction of the door.
I'll go.
Seeing others go for weapons, go, oh, yes, good idea. And pick weapons up.
Sylk, have me covered, and I'll carefully go down to the door and I'll open it in a way that I'm opening the door onto myself, so that I'm giving myself cover with the door.
As you go and open the door, cautiously looking around, you see no sign of life. In front of the door, you see a small wooden box. In fact, you might be able to recognize this box. This is one of the chests that you actually found the treasure in before you took the treasure out and took it with you down in the dungeon.
So Mono's come up behind him because he wasn't going to be put off. He says, a present?
I'm going to put my arm out and say, don't touch that just yet. We don't know what it is. Could be something sent to kill us.
Mono's just going to grab it, pick it up.
Okay, are you opening the lid?
I'm going to give it a shake.
You hear something wetly thump around inside.
Can I cast detect magic before Mono opens it?
Sure, you cast detect magic. You detect no magic on this box.
Okay, I'm just gonna open it.
Okay, it is unlocked. Within, now lying on its side, you see a severed head. It is of a man. His face, his jaw wide and his eyes one closed, one open. Clearly not been dead for too long, as there's still blood dripping from the stump of his neck. You would recognize this.
Mortlake, how are you doing, friend?
I thought you said we were safe here.
It is not Mortlock. It is, in fact, the cultist that you remember biting into with your spider venom and leaving unconscious in the dungeon. They're pinned onto his head with a pin that looks like a dragon's talon is a note with the message on it written in common.
Okay, what does it say?
Give back what is Tiamat's, or meet this fate. Put the treasure in this box. Leave it by the dockside near the low lantern on the third fishing boat in the harbour from the low lantern at 7 bells tomorrow, or meet the same fate.
Now, is this 7 bells in the morning or 7 bells in the evening?
It would say in the message 7 bells in the evening. Hang on, I'll get it.
I just left. I go, oh, this is a problem. I say, look, they've left his head. I mean, that's not very threatening. I just killed him, and now they're sending me the head of the man I killed. I mean, or I put to sleep. That doesn't threaten me. I don't know about you people.
If there are cultists dealing with both the Dead 3 and Tiamat, that does give me a little cause for concern. But I might have a little plan for catching them off guard. I'd love to know who the it's are.
Yes.
Are you thinking an ambush?
I am very much planning an ambush.
Now look, who has a head to donate? We could just put another head in here, or some arms.
It doesn't have to be a head. It can be anything that weighs the same as the crown and that we found. Just why a head?
I don't know. It seems to be a theme.
Just No, no heads in boxes.
Okay, okay. No, I'm happy not to put a head in the box, but it seems like all roads lead to the Low Lantern. Now, I'm wondering, should we check that place out tonight? Get a little bit of a bead on it?
We've got plenty of time, and looking at Yerk, some of us had a rough day. Maybe we get some grub, get some sleep, and we'll head over. We need to speak to the captain of the guard. I have an acquaintance in the Lone Lanterns that I've been looking to make contact with, and then we can lay our ambush. We've 7 bells in the evening. We've got plenty of time tomorrow, but Yerk needs his sleep.
Jack, before you close the door, can we just... The one thing, no one could have known we were coming here, because when we said where we were going, we didn't end up going where we said we were going. So how and who knows where we are?
It is Hanlon. Hanlon, yes.
I still got detect magic going, so can I just have a look around everyone, including Hanlon, and see if there's like a magic bug?
You don't detect any magic from anyone in your company. However, you do, as you sort of glance back out the way you came, as you close the door behind you, you see in an alley a little way off from the entrance to the disused dormitory, you do detect the faint lingering aura, and when you use detect magic things, this actually looks like it's a sort of a faint lilac that smells of elderberries. The faint aura of divination magic. Coming from, as if spreading out in an aura, as if a spell was recently cast.
Someone's scrying on us. That's what it is.
Let's just hope they don't make a move until tomorrow, then.
I think maybe shifts tonight for sleep.
Yes, very good.
That is a good idea.
Agreed. We go shopping in the morning?
So I would like to go shopping this evening, just in case I can get what I need for tomorrow.
I will accompany you if...
I will go.
So I have this thing. The bear, when he came the last time, he showed me that I need... it's a strange thing. An acorn covered in gold. And I know exactly how I need it, but it is quite expensive. It is 200 gold pieces. And I know we don't have that much, but it would be good for the group, us as a party, if I could have this acorn.
How much gold did we find in the sewers?
We had 1,750 silver pieces if we sell the mask. Or no, also we have the agates, 10 of those. They make 100 gold pieces if we sell those.
The mask and the crown, they're what whoever sent this message you're looking for, and there is nowhere they are falling into anyone's hands but the shield.
No, we keep those. Sorry, it's 50 gold pieces in silver, 500 silver pieces. I'm not the greatest adder upper. Does anybody else have the numbers?
I think we have.
I think in the handout.
Yeah, we have in the loot.
The loot handout. We had 2 potions of fire breath, 10 agates, 25 gold piece dragon mask, 250 gold piece team up, but we're holding on to them. Everything else.
But there's
think we
above
also-
the actual money. We have like
Yeah.
7,000 almost copper pieces
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
10,000 silver pieces. So we have.
It works out to be just short of 350 gold. That's not including the Tiamat stuff.
Yeah.
All the potions of fire breath.
So if that's cold hard hash, then if it's going to benefit, what would you do with it? What's the effect?
The effect is we will have something else to fight alongside us.
An extra hand for 250 gold? That seems
Yes.
worth it.
Extra claws, maybe.
That seems worth the expenditure.
Okay. I'm not good with gold, so I don't know how much it might be.
What's
But,
the rest?
sorry, what is that?
What say the rest of you? I'm happy to donate our findings to a good cause. What about the rest of you?
I think keeping us alive is the best cause. I'm all for it.
Yes, I will give you.
You let me keep the pearl, so yes, I do not have a problem with this.
Okay, thank you.
Trivial. Do what you will with it.
Thank you so much. I will make good use of it.
So upon this, Yerk turns to Lucian and just throws him 5 gold pieces and says, "Here for your healing kits."
Thank you, but you don't have to. I can buy more from what we took from the cultists.
Sylk,
I'll give him his money back.
Insist.
Sylk will take 5 gold pieces and throw it towards Lucian as well.
This is not how it works, my friends. I don't need to be paid to keep you alive. It's my part of helping the group.
So I take 5 and give it to Rill because yes, is this how it works? You saved me.
I do not know.
But I give it to Rill.
Get yourself some extra kit, Lucian.
Yes,
I'm going to turn around and give it to Lucian.
Lucian's just standing there with a bunch of gold. He doesn't know what's going on. Why are people giving him money?
I do not know if people are meant to be giving me this or you this or anybody this, but here, you may as well put this towards more healing supplies.
Fine, I suppose, but thank you. I'll get some more healers kits. Guess I'm coming shopping with you. I
Yes,
think I need
come along.
I think I need some armor for myself as well. This shirt doesn't offer too great protection.
Yes, let's get you a nice suit. Hanlon? I shout to Hanlon. Can you bring me?
Meow comes down the stairs with like 3 rats in his mouth, all of which
Great.
are still alive, barely, as they see. He looks to be having a whole lot of fun.
Excellent.
Right.
Hanlon, can you bring one of those rats to me, please?
He does. He leaves you a little. He drops a rat in front of you. It seems to be traumatized, but otherwise alive, as he starts playing with the other 2.
Okay.
You hear that help, as they're sort of running around, and Hanlon's sort of cutting off their escape and then picking them up and dropping them again. He's having the time of his life.
This new ability is a little bit of a liability. I can now hear rats cry for their lives. It is most unsettling. So I grab hold of the rat that's kind of obviously a bit abused, and I just take some of its fur away from its away from its body.
So you take this paw. Oh, thank you. Ah! As you just rip the fur off of its body.
That's right. Don't worry. It's all not a huge amount, just a touch.
So before they leave for shopping, Yerk turns to the party and goes, "Right, whoever has the crown, best leave it here."
That's me.
Yes.
I'll give that to you. Yuck.
Do we have
Yes, I just
Do we have a quick way of getting back? I mean, we're a few of us leaving and coming back. If they're looking for that crown and they see us leave, maybe they won't wait for the docks.
Perhaps we should
Someone
go
needs
out.
to keep hold of that crown. We're not leaving it unattended.
No, I will give it to you, and maybe we should leave a different way, through a window, something.
The crown should be well guarded.
I think they know where we are. If they were going to attack, they'd attack. If they want to attack us whilst we're shopping, all good to them. But they've already set their demands out. They're expecting us to deliver it. They think that head scares us. Let's just go stock up. And we'll. If they come for us, they come for us.
Yes, I agree, and I also think they should kill their own people. I mean, like to send. I really don't understand why you send ahead of it. Does not make sense. Who's coming shopping?
Lucian raises a hand.
So
I think
Yes.
we'll all go. Let's stick together. Let's all go.
Oh, okay, very good. A whole shopping party. Excellent. And he claps his hands together.
I wonder how many other adventuring groups we will run into in the shopping district.
Don't know. We might meet some cultists trying to get some new robes. You never know.
If you
Right.
spot them, point.
So you're off shopping. So you're buying. You want to buy that little bit of jewelry for your spell.
Yeah.
What else are you looking to buy? Some healer's kits, I would imagine, Lucian.
Yep.
And what else?
Armor. If there's any, I'm looking for leather armor.
Okay, leather armor. You know that there is a tannery and a nearby leather workers shop down just down near. It's just actually there. It's not the tannery is kept on the outer city because if you know anything about tanning, then
It really smells.
It really smells. There's both the leather armor shop and the jewelers are in the upper city. They'll be in the north side of the upper city near the main gate. I believe that's the Black Dragon Gate. For the healers kits, you are best off probably going into the wide where there's a variety of stalls. You know, there's also a few fighting pits there. And they often sell bandages around there because people are often coming back bruised and battered from those fights. So the wide being here, and so you could probably get all this done in the upper city without having to trek too far through the relatively dangerous lower city.
I would also like to add Arcane Focus onto the list.
Okay.
Would the tannery also have hide armor? Or just leather armor?
Yes, hide armor would likely be sold. So you wouldn't be going to the tannery itself. You'd be going to the leathers shop, the leather working shop, which is sort of they do just sort of leather. They would mainly do shoes, but they also do things like leather armor and leather jackets and hide armor and stuff like that. So yeah, you would be able to get hide armor there.
Think
I'd
where
like
we are.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Sorry, what was that, Dylan?
I'd like to see if I can pick up a couple of extra javelins as well.
Yeah, you could likely find that over in the wide again, because there's a few fighting pits over there, and they sell weapons and armor there and stalls. I mean, there are dedicated armor shops, but that would be the closest one. In terms of the most of the weapon shops in the upper city, because they're catering to the patriarchs and the nobles, they don't really go for javelins. They'd go for like rapiers, short swords, personal defense weapons, and status symbols mainly. But you'd probably be able to find a couple of javelins if you looked around the stalls of the wide.
Also, I need. Is there any fish shops up there and a milliner's?
There would definitely be a milliner's. Hats are in good demand in the upper city. Did you say a fish shop?
Yeah, or just looking for some discarded fish.
Discarded
the ground.
fish, you'd need to go down. There's a fish market down by the harbour side.
Low
near the
Lantern
harbour
Way
side
again.
hospital. Yeah, not that near the Low Lantern, but roughly that's the area. There's quite a few fish markets around the harbour.
Right.
So, if you want to
are
get
we
fish, that might
passing-
be. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, are we passing by Duke Berlin Stelmane's manor?
You would actually. That is very nearby to where you'd like to go. If you wanted to pay a visit, you could do.
Yeah. So while the rest of the party is shopping, I'd like to, as we pass, I'd say, I have business to attend to here, and go and knock on the door of that.
This is where your battered armor would have been an issue, but as it is nice and shiny, you will likely be allowed entry. So we'll go through these one at a time. So first off, the nearest thing to you would be the Jewelers, which is just a little way to the north. It's near the High Hall and clustered around the patriarch family villas and mansions of the upper city, where they do a roaring trade in fancy bejeweled items for the city's wealthy nobles, as they ever compete to be the most magnificent and the most wealthy and the most visibly powerful. The Jewelers is the Beaten Gold, and it is, I'll just say, that you managed to arrive there without too much difficulty after a few minutes' walk. You see, it's a small shop, though very well guarded. You see there's two men standing watch just outside the door, each of them carrying a large halberd and impressive armor as they eye up anyone looking to enter. Inside you can see a dwarven woman arranging the various jeweled items on display.
Okay, so I'm gonna put my nose in the air and pump my chest out and try and walk like a noble, even though I'm kind of covered in obsidian.
You're kind of a rocky guy with not very fancy clothes. Make a performance check for me, please. A 14. You sort of approach. You see the two men. They sort of just look to each other. You see one of them hands the other his halberd, puts a hand on his short sword by his belt, and he walks in and says, "Good day, sir. What brings you to the Beaten Gold? I think you might be looking for something more in your price range. Maybe some of the trinket sellers down by in the lower city, perhaps." As he looks to you pointedly.
Ah, yes, the lower city. That is an interesting place, but I think with this amount of gold, and I just pull out the little bag that I've put all the gold in.
Oh, all
With
the
these
silver, I would imagine.
Yeah, like huge amounts.
You
of
just got
silver
a
and
huge
copper.
amounts of silver and copper just in a huge,
Yeah.
very heavy bag. And he looks in and he says, "Well, I suppose if you bag enough, eventually you're going to be able to get a decent saving. I hope you don't mind, just for security reasons, if I escort you around the shop. Completely unrelated to you yourself, of course, sir."
Yes, that would be delightful. And yes, I'm sure you can make a lot of money begging, especially when you how you say, when your nice, safe job falls through. A lot of people that happens to. Just look at
Roll intimidation check.
it.
He
intimidating.
he laughs openly, slaps you on the back, causing with a big heavy hand, causing your coins to jingle as he says, "Well, that'll be the day, eh? Follow me." And he escorts you into the shop.
Okay, so I go in and I approach the dwarven lady.
Yes.
They are very, very nice to make your acquaintance, your jewelership. I would like to purchase a. I have this, and I pull out an acorn. It's quite a big acorn. I wonder. This is maybe a little strange request. Could you gild this for me and just cover it in gold, make it look beautiful?
She looks at this, puts it over. She puts out a little eyeglass that she puts out to her, and she examines the acorn. And she says, "Yeah, what's this for? Proposing to a squirrel, are we?"
Oh no, very funny. No, it is it's a lady rock. Yes, a rock I've taken a fancy to, and I just wiggle my eyes.
Of course. Well, I'll do my best. I gotta say, gold work of this fiddly nature and such an unorthodox subject, he'll set you back.
Yes, I am fully prepared, and I thunk the.
Just went and had a bio break. Really enjoying these sorts of events. Not so fast paced, not all fighting all the time. I enjoy it. Like that part of D&D, the characterization. I was shocked. Personally, I was like, I have no idea, which is great because Sylk was also shocked. So this is really cool. Anyway, back to the game.
All adds up, and she says, "Fantastic. Yes, no, that'll do.
That's a rewarding job you have," and I give him another look.
He groans as he looks up, and he says, Hayana, you better give me overtime for this. And she says, "Yes, of course. No, yes, I'll get to this right away. I mean, this should only take a couple of hours. If you come back by the end of the day, I'll have it done for you."
Oh, that is superb. Oh, my word, I never thought. You're most kind.
And just, she keeps half as a deposit, and she gives the other half to you. People in Baldur's Gate are rarely trusting, and she understands. She gives you back your other half just to make sure that you don't need to. You can trust her.
Okay, I trust you anyway. So thank you so much. I will take my leave and come back in 2 hours.
No problem, and maybe I'll see you back in a couple of years buying some jewelry for the little pebbles your wife has born.
Oh, you are very funny. I like you a lot. Give her a little bit of a strange look.
She brushes it off and gets to beating out the gold ready to gild your acorn for you.
That sounds rude. Okay.
Right. So
I don't know. I thought it was a natural conclusion to the end of the flirtation.
Yeah.
Right. Next up, you guys will head out over to the Leatherworks. You can see here. This is a relatively large building. It's on 2 floors. The first floor seems dedicated to shoes, whereas the second floor seems mostly related to other leather goods like bags, rucksacks, tents, even leather-bound books, and of course leather armor. You see on the first floor a halfling cobbler looks up from fitting a noble patriarch child with some boots. He looks up and says, "Oh, I'll just be with you in a moment."
Very good. Lucian, you are looking. I see for some armor.
I am thinking maybe some hide armor. Bear hide. Oh no, that would be offensive, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Wolf hide.
Yes.
As you watch, the cobbler puts the finishing touches to the shiny new leather shoes to the young blonde lad, and smiling, he ruffles his hair, and the young lad springs up, hands the cobbler a bunch of coin. He stands up, and his bodyguards escort him out, leaving you as he stands up, brushing off his leather apron, sticking a pence behind here. He goes, right, what can I do for you?
I would love some wolf hide armor if you have it. I've always dreamed about having this
Wolf
raw,
hide.
maybe wild look about me.
We
What?
don't think we've got any wolf hide in. We've got elk hide dressed up to look like wolf hide.
I suppose that would do if it's
Excellent.
thick enough.
Oh, don't worry. Well, the elks have to fight off the wolves, don't they? If anything,
True.
I would have thought elk hide would be harder than wolf hide because wolves don't have to worry about being bitten by wolves.
You are a very wise man.
Yes, very wise. Yes.
Just follow me up to the second floor and we can look through some options for you. I'll get you tried on with a few sizes as he leads you up the stairs.
Just out of curiosity, the leather books and stuff there, are they empty?
They are empty, yes. They're designed to be like journals and the like.
Right. In that case, when they're commenting about, yes, he's a wise man, I'm going to hold up one of the empty books so they can see the empty pages and go, yes, wiser than you know. This is wonderful. And then I'm going to carefully put it back.
Interested in some of our books, are we? I gotta say, they're very stylish. The leather colours make them very durable.
Yes, I could imagine. It is like having armor for your books. It's a wonderful idea.
Mm-hmm. For one of these journals, it's only 5 silver pieces.
I immediately reach for my pouch.
Oh, okay. Very well. He hands it. And would you like the blank ones or the ones that are notarized with dates and such like?
No, I will take one of the blank ones, thank you.
Of course. And here you are. And he hands it. It's a little. It's about roughly the size of sort of an A4 size kind of journal. It's quite thick and it's got about 100 or so thin pages.
Not for long, it doesn't.
Right. And you wanted some elk hide armor.
Do you have 2 of those? Like, I don't mind if it looks like wolf. It can look like anything. It's fine.
Oh, certainly. I mean, well, I'll have to check our stock, but I'm pretty certain. And if we have anything, well, I can adjust it for your unique physiology.
Yes. I am almost geographical, huh?
Yes.
Lucian's gonna take a look at Marin. But do you even need armor? You look pretty sturdy, and he tries punching him like, how? Yep, pretty sturdy.
I am sturdy, but these things, they do break. It's quite embarrassing sometimes.
Suppose.
Yes, and of course, when you're out on the town, you may want to be furrier. I hear that's all in the rage these days.
Furrier? Oh, I am often furrier than this.
Oh, well then, I'm sure you'll want it to complement the rest of your outfits.
Yes, do you have anything with a little bit of pizzazz?
Or anything that will fit a spider.
Would fit us. I mean, I generally only go up to 4 legs at the most with some of our discerning centaur customers, but we very, very rarely go up to 8, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, don't worry. All my clothes fall off when I turn into a spider.
You what?
Yeah, just kidding. No,
Ah.
no, they really do. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, well, I'll show you the wares then, and he leads you and he shows you. He brings down some hide armor, each for the 2 of you. The one for Mono, slightly larger than the one for Lucian.
Okay.
They seem to fit reasonably well.
And how much are these?
Let me just check my stock. And he goes to grab his list of prices. That will be 25 gold for the two. Normally it's 15 gold each, but I'll take it down to 20 for both. 25 for both.
Oh, it's very generous. Okay, I'll give him my remaining coins. That's all I've got.
Okay. He takes that and hands you each some hide armor.
Excellent. Do you have any rooms we can change? You know. Have a
Oh
little-
yes, and he shows you to
Change.
some a couple of little curtained booths.
Excellent.
While we're in the changing rooms, Lucian's gonna ask Mono, "What's pizzazz?"
He says, I heard one of these sailors from. He came from one of the lands to the south, and he said, pizzazz is like if you are a bird and you have an extra bright feather, and all the ladies they come around and plucking, you know.
No. Lucian just.
No, me neither. I don't know what he was talking about, but I like to throw it around.
Lucian has that naive youth look on his face, and no clue what you're talking about.
But I think you and me with these on, we are going to have whatever that is. Yeah, you see.
You
Well,
see the cobbler sort of overhears you, and he sort of says, "Yeah, yes, all the female birds will be very interested in you, I assure you."
Yes, when we go to the tavern tomorrow, you see.
I suppose we shall see. I just
Okay.
feel safer already.
Did anyone want anything else from the leather workers shop? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5 silver each. No, the store seems pretty empty. He is upstairs. Downstairs there is mainly shoes. Okay. Fantastic. So, you pay for your wares, and now all pizzazzed up, you head out over to your next destination, which is the Wide, where you can normally find the things that don't necessarily have a dedicated shop for them, but, you know, bits of odds and ends in various stalls. You see that there's quite a deal of activity here. This is sort of the main marketplace of the city, and there are stalls set up selling all kinds of things, food, scrolls even. There's small shop selling knives, vegetables, cooked pastries. There are little fighting pits where people are fighting rings where people are betting on people engaged in hand-to-hand combat as well. And I'll say you wanted to get a healer's kit, and you also wanted to get some javelins, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Dolan, you come up to a stall. It seems to be manned by a tough-looking fellow, wearing ring mail. He's sort of slouched over, picking his teeth. You see, there's sort of battered and bloody weapons all laid out in front of him. Some of which appearing to still be somewhat bloodstained from their previous owners. You actually, if you want, I'll let you make an investigation check as you look at these weapons. Yes, this place also contains arrows. Investigation. Some of these weapons look surprisingly similar to standard issue gear for Flaming Fist and the private guards of the upper city. He looks to you and he says, "Second-hand weapons. One careful owner. Half price."
I expect the owner won't very careful, but I'm looking for a couple of thrown weapons, javelins if you've got them, but anything I can lob at Knobhead who's bit too far away to whack with my mace, and I sort of wave my.
I know your problem. Here's some for you. He reaches down and he grabs a handful of javelins. They look a little bit. Some of them have like the little soft tips that are designed to bend in their target have clearly been hammered back into shape. They're previously used, but they do look like they'll work.
How much?
Give me one moment.
Perhaps this person would like to buy the random pieces that we have.
Oh yeah, I was about to get to that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you want to pay in weapons, you can do so. But yeah, these ones, 4 silver each.
I've got 3 maces, a longbow, a shield, and a spear. I don't suppose you fancy trade.
No, that'll do. A longbow, you say? 3 maces and a shield. Let's have a look at them. Doesn't seem to be, no. He is going to look them over as you hand them over, and he has a look and say, "Oh, not bad, not bad." Well, he sort of whistles through his teeth as he looks up at the. You see this? Bowstrings. It's well, it's no good. 10 gold for the lot.
I would like to lean across and just go, mending on the bowstring.
As the bowstring, you go to cast mending on the bowstring. You see that there's nothing wrong with the bowstring. He was just trying to fob you off.
I get the feeling that at a more reputable merchant, I might get 15 for the lot. Call it 12 gold, and you give me the 3 javelins.
Good deal, friend. Good deal. He reaches out and tries to shake your hand.
Yeah, I'll do the Arnie Predator shake, where I grab his sort of forearm.
He chucks you he passes over the javelins, takes your items, and he seems to have a very big smile on his face as he hands you the gold.
How much gold was it?
12.
Yeah, cool.
You get the feeling he's slightly too pleased with that particular transaction.
Javelins are worth something when I can throw them, but I cannot shoot a bow. I know he's making a profit. I have no objection to a businessman turning a deal. Can I inspect the weapons he's given me before I walk away?
Yeah, sure. I'll say since you're proficient with these weapons, yeah, that is an 18. Yeah, you see that these, although they have some cosmetic wear and tear, they are very functional and they will function just fine.
Yes, he's not sold me crap, and he can't get a deal. I might go with that.
As out of the corner of his eye, you can see him walking over to his mate and suddenly start bursting out laughing as he points over to you and starts talking about the longbow off in the distance.
Yeah, I walk away. I'm not in the least bit bothered.
Okay. He has momentarily left his stall as he goes over to his pal who mainly sells second-hand shields and the like on braces and things like that. So yeah, the stall is momentarily left somewhat unattended, though he is sort of vaguely looking in your direction.
Is he wearing any metal? Just a quick question.
He is. He's wearing ring mail.
Oh, he's wearing ring mail?
What was that, sir? Lucian, you see that there is a small tent set up with a couple of paid healers who are tending to the wounds of people coming back with injuries from the fighting pits. You think that might be a good bet for grabbing some healers kit?
I would go in and see who I can approach about purchasing some supplies.
You see there is a burly-looking half-orc lady. She is currently placing her hands on an injured fighter, and golden light is flowing out. As his wounds clear up, she extends a hand, and the human hands over a small pouch of 5 gold as he stretches out, picks up some weapons and armor, and then heads back out into the rings.
As he's wandering out, I'd just like to say to him, is she touching you in magical ways?
He nods and says, yeah, you see it's a human. He's got a sort of a blunt sword by his side that you use for sparring and a shield. And he says, I took a bit of a whack. My arm got a bit fractured. Nothing to write home about. All good now.
Very good. Have a good day.
And yourself. God's bless you. As he walks off and begins heading over to a straw dummy that he begins practicing his swings on.
As he's leaving, I'd like to give him the parting comment. I hope so.
Thanks. He's sort of unnerved by this. He sort of checks his coin purse momentarily, just completely unsure as to why someone is being so nice to him. But he seems nothing at odds, and so just sort of shrugs and carries on. But yeah, Lucian, you see this half-orc. She dusts off her hands as she puts holy symbol back into her slightly blood-stained clothes. Looks at you and says, "Oh yeah, what do you want?"
I was wondering if I could maybe purchase some more traditional healing supplies. If I want to heal somebody the old-fashioned way, and I give her a grin.
Got someone allergic to divine magic, have you? No worries, we always keep a backup. She goes over, she opens a cupboard at the back of the tent, says, what you needed, standard salves, bandages, ointments, summon for the pain, stuff for poultices, stuff like that.
The whole assortment.
Alright, I'll get a bit here, bit of honey, bit of willow bark, a little bit of cloth, there we go. Here we go. This will do you nicely. And she actually has, she gives you a large satchel which is full to the brim, and this will actually count as, it will count as, for in terms of a healing kit, this will count as 30 uses.
Oh, 30 uses. Nice.
Oh yeah, and that'll be 10 gold for that lot.
Ah, very well. And I'll gladly pay her the 10 gold. You are
Cool.
you're very kind. Other merchants I have purchased from have charged me more.
Well, to be honest, it was rotting away in the cupboard. Not got much use for it since I got the old blessing from the divine, and she wiggles her fingers. Gotta say, it's so much easier than regular doctrine. I don't know why you're keeping at it. All you gotta do is do a quick prayer, and then the divine lord will come help you out. And if they catch on to the point that you don't really believe in them, you just go and start worshipping a new one. It's a great racket.
I'm very glad it's working out for you, but
sometimes I do multiple in one day just so I can heal more people. Anyway, is there anything else I can do you for?
Oh, that would be all. Thank you. But I have to say,
problem.
divine magic runs out a lot quicker than healing supplies. Don't you encounter this problem? You seem to have a lot of clientele.
That's the thing. As long as there's people about not knowing what's going to go on, there's going to be gods. The way I see it, there's about as many gods as people as this rate, because Thing is, when people die, they don't come back like the bloody gods do. I think if I ever run out of gods, then I'll be in trouble, but it doesn't look like it.
You are savvy, let's put it like that.
Well,
I
what can I say? It's a buyer's market for worshippers these days.
A fine day to you, my good woman.
And to you, best of luck out there. It's looking like, hopefully you won't get too much use out of that, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid I will. Farewell.
Okay. As you head out of the tent. Mm-hmm. He's in his mind. He's keeping an eye on it, but he's like not as likely to have a good view of it than he would be if he was actively standing over it. Yeah, they're laid. He doesn't have any fancy cases or anything. They're just laid out on the stool on a sort of dirty-looking cloth.
Before he does, I can say, so do you mind if I come with you? Just back to the shop. Oh, you do? Okay, because I think that man was not very kind to you, and I have this certain thing that I can mess with his day. Okay, I have this spell, and if I cast it, you know, it's not. It's another thing I learned from the bear, and I can heat things up a lot and make him very uncomfortable. Does that sound good? Romano just looks around, doesn't know what to say. He's seen a lot, done quite a lot himself, and he's completely nonplussed. Doesn't know what's going on. Yes, yes. You give me a nod. Oh no, don't give me a nod. No. Okay. Good. So I'll just go up to the. Does it have a door, or is it an open shop?
It's a stool, so it's like it's a four-poster thing. It's like just a little table with a roof over it that he stands behind to sell the stuff.
Okay, so I'll be at the next stall, but maybe where I can see him.
Okay, so I think I know what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
If you're casting keep metal on him, to avoid him noticing, I'll need you to make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Thought that might happen.
Not easily, because you're invisible. So if you were trying to sort of hide him at all, the only thing you could do would be to make noise, but that might attract his attention to it, if that makes sense. Just by getting his attention at all. So just make a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Okay. I am gonna roll a perception check for him.
Yeah, I'm a bit clunky. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever attempted it.
Okay, so he has that perception. Okay. Yeah, you barely manage to avoid catching his attention. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Can you go into more detail, please, Sylk? Mm-hmm. Yes. You in his stall, you mean, or in someone else's stall? In someone else's stall, yeah. You, Mono, you would be able to hear the invisible Sylk causing a ruckus as a clanging sound emanates out, and there's a bit of a commotion as people start yelling out. You see him turn and sort of not sure what's going on, and suddenly he goes, ah, 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 and he starts like ripping at his the rings that are now burning into his chest. He goes, ah, ah. Roll the damage for heat metal.
Can I tone the damage down, or is it just
No.
like that's it? Oh shit! I'm just,
He is screaming, and you hear the sound of sizzling flesh.
I'm just.
Okay. Right. Yep.
I'm just gonna do his boot though. So like if he's got metal on his boot, something that's just in one place, not the whole armor.
Okay. Yeah. He is going and he I mean, his boots are not metal, so it has to be
Okay.
it has to be the ringmail he's wearing or nothing, basically.
All right. Yeah.
But he's he's gritting his teeth and he's sort of trying to look around. He's going to try and see if he can spot the person who did this to him, but he's going to do so with disadvantage because for various reasons. Firstly, because he's burning up. Secondly, because there's a whole distraction being created. Okay, so that's the first one. That's the second one. On the 9, he cannot see you. He runs madly in the direction he thinks it's coming from, but that is not towards you. Right, Sylk, what are you doing at the stall?
Just to say, I'm gonna drop the heat metal after 6 seconds, so I'm not concentrating on it.
Okay.
Just a one-off.
Absolutely, yeah. You see, they've just been dumped unceremoniously right onto the thing, so you just grab them. You're taking back the 3 maces. Are you taking back the longbow as well? Yeah, you do. You swiftly grab them, and as you stuff them invisibly into your pack, they also turn invisible. There's a barrel that's been upended and hollowed out, and then been filled in to raise it a little bit, and it's full of arrows. You can easily take a handful of maybe 30 arrows. No, they seem bulk standard. Mm-hmm. Cool. You can take as many as you like, up to 30, which is the number of arrows that there are. Okay. As you drop the concentration, you see his friend pointing and laughing at him, saying, "Not funny!" As he sort of looks around for the culprit. What are you guys doing? Are you getting out of there? Okay.
I'm going to be still looking at the. Well, once I'd cast it, I guess I would have tried moving away. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and you easily slip into the crowd, and he has no idea what's happened, why his stuff's gone. He is a very angry man, and he's going to remember that. Also, am I right to ask what Yerk has been up to at this time?
So I've knocked on the door of the Duke Bellenstelmin.
Right, yes. So you go over to the imposing, as you rejoin the rest of the party, Sylk and Mono. Would you be joining Yerk as Yerk is going to talk to Duke Steelmane?
He went off on his own, didn't he? Don't think we get.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
yeah, kind of branched off from the party to go and talk to.
You see that yes, the great imposing manor of Duke Steelmane. There's a doorman standing in front of the entrance. He doesn't seem to be heavily armed, but he does have a short sword by his side, and he is dressed. And you see his uniform is embroidered with the family crest of the Steelmanes, which is
I'm
a
here to talk
silver
to the
lion.
Duke. So I just walk up and say, I'm here to talk
Yeah.
to the Duke about the incident the other day.
He notices you're bearing your symbols, and he says, "Oh, of course, right away. The Duke is feeling unwell at the moment, but I have it on account that they would enjoy your company. I believe you were present at the incident at the High Hall the other day."
That is correct. Also, have one of your servants fetch me some powdered silver. I shall need it.
At once. And he leads you into the manor, which you can see is a very large and imposing. You see servants standing around, seemingly mostly idle, as the large dining hall is immaculately laid out, but does not seem to have been used for some time. The doorman goes to his head. I'll lead you through. The Duke is just upstairs. I do warn you. Today is one of the good days, but the good days are still pretty, well, they're still pretty difficult for all involved.
Yes, I understand.
So you go upstairs to the bedroom where, propped up on some pillows, you see the Duke Steelmane. She is a woman in her sort of mid 50s. You see one side of her face is sort of slumped, and she is lying in bed, sort of mouthing something unknowable as she stares into space. You hear the doorman knock on the door and says, Duke Berlin, it is the young man who assisted in the attempt on the High Hall the other day. He wishes to speak with you, if that would be possible. You see the Duke just continues staring off into space. The doorman sort of waits for a moment, sort of looks down and says, as you can see, she's not quite the woman she once was, but I'll leave you to it, shall I?
Yes, thank you very much. Don't forget that silver powder.
He nods.
I'd like to walk over and say,
when we first met in the hall, I noticed a fire in your eyes, yet you are still unable to speak.
You see she sort of blinks once, slowly, deliberately, then again. Her head does not move.
Is this the doing of the Van Thampers? We gained some information from one of the Duke's sons, Mortlock, down in the sewers. They're aiding the cultists. Is this anything to do with that?
You see there's sort of a shifting motion under the duvet. She seems to be trying to move her hand, but she is tucked in very tightly.
I move just to loosen the duvet from her bed.
She raises her hand and she lifts it to her own face, and slowly, tremblingly, she turns it towards you. Her eyes gaze directly into yours, and she says, the sewers. It's in the thing in my. It's in the. And then you hear a knock at the door. It says, "The powdered silver you asked for."
Thank you very much. As I reach over holding my sword, cast the powdered silver over her, and touch her on the shoulder. And I'm going to cast as a well of energy draws from the sword.
Ooh.
Hopefully, this will bring you round.
As you focus your eyes, how do you? Nice. That's cool that you got. How did you get that? Okay, that's cool. You cast that, and suddenly her eyes open. She looks to you and she says, "That bought some time. It's still here. It's in the sewers. It's in the city. You have to kill it."
What's still here?
I don't know what it is. It's in my head.
Can you describe it?
No, I only see its eyes.
Its eyes, what do they look like?
Black. Red. I don't know. Just promise me. If you see something that has... It speaks in a strange tongue. It says, you hear a garbled word come out in her mouth. I hear it say it! I can't give you anything else. I can't... And then her face slumps once more as she falls back into her reverie.
Can I count on the support of your house in this matter?
You see, again, a slow, deliberate blink.
I thank you. As I bow to take my leave to leave her to rest.
Okay. As you do so, you are escorted back outwards. And you guys, I'll say you guys will just, unless you have any more shopping you would like to do, you will return to your lodgings and you can take a long rest.
The only other bit of shopping that I wanted was the arcane focus.
Yeah, you'd be able. I'll say you would be able to pick up a small staff from one of the stalls around the. Well, what kind of focus would you like?
I figure something wand-like, maybe quartz or something like that.
Mm-hmm. You'd find something like that easily enough on the many stalls.
I also think that would be a stall where we could sell the agates we've got.
Yes. Alternatively, you could go back to the jewelers. They would also take the agates. And in fact, you'd need to go back there in order to pick up the Mono's acorn.
Yeah, so we could do that at the same time.
As we're still holding, actually, as we're leaving the wide, was it? Lucian would suggest to the party that something just occurred to me. We won today. We should celebrate. Maybe buy some food, some drinks. Have a little, well, not party, but celebration in our temporary home.
Yes.
Picnic.
You guys, I think Yerk is just on his way to you. You'd actually see him making his way towards you as you meet up in the wide. Yerk, you do remember the words that, the garbled sounding word that Duke Steelmane told you about.
Okay, what was the actual garbled word? So I can't repeat it, please.
It sounds like Yak Targa.
Yak Targa.
If you would like to say this to your party members, one of them might be able to understand it.
Yeah, so as I walk up, I go, guys, this is no time to be celebrating. They're still down there in the sewers. Something with black or red eyes, something evil. Speaks in a strange tongue. From what I can make out, it said something Yak Targa. Mean anything to you?
I'm
That
just checking
mean-
over your. I'm just checking over your languages. I don't think anyone actually does recognize this. I will like anyone. I will like anyone who has a more than one language in their background. I'll let you make a history check to try and determine the language. Yes.
That was history, you said, yeah?
Oh, sorry. Ignore the +4.
That's fine. Interesting. Dolan. You. You do in fact recognize this. It. You don't know the word, but you know the language. The language is deep speech. You have heard language like this when your order has warned you about certain things that dwell in the deep and dark places of the world. Not extraplanar necessarily, but certainly not inimicable to life.
Brill is going to make a slightly disappointed noise. Go, it's on my list, but I have not learned it yet.
Yeah, you're Rill is still on the Duolingo course for deep speech. Sorry.
There's this adds to my deep trouble. We know that there's something in the upper city that's opening portals, and we know that this word, whilst I don't know its meaning, and it's not necessarily related to the abyss or the hells, it's not good. It's associated with agents of those people. Dirk's right. We have no reason to celebrate, but celebrate we shall. And tomorrow we're going to head and do our research, prepare ourselves, and then tomorrow evening we shall head to the upper city and destroy whatever's up there.
Yes, I think from what I have learned of life, we must celebrate our victories because tomorrow we could be dead. And
Great.
I have an idea about tomorrow. Maybe we give them back the crown, but that way, I have a way of finding it again wherever it is gone, and then we can pay them a little visit.
What if whatever they want to do with the crown, they can do straight away? If it's a ritual and they can cast straight away, they're screwed.
Yes, but we follow them immediately. But I think maybe we get one or two, but this way we might get the whole nest.
I'm not comfortable letting those Tiamat symbols anywhere out of our grasp. Tiamat is the worst you'll ever see or ever hear of.
I understand, but sometimes you have to be close to the edge. The thing is, if we give them something else, they will throw it away. With this, they will definitely keep it, and then I will know where they have gone.
My plan wasn't to give them anything. My plan was to lay an empty box with a trap. As soon as they trigger our trap, either kill or capture them. I'm happy to capture them to interrogate them for what information they know, but there's no chance I'm risking. What if they have magic that wards against your spells?
Yes,
okay,
that,
while you
that
guys
would
are
be a problem.
discussing this seems like a good spot to take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 22. Just what go all you guys continue to. I'll say you guys just. You would be able to continue this walk and talk. Continue this as you go on your way to buy some more food, and feel free to keep talking about it in the chat or using in-character conversations. I need to stick some food on, and tonight we're probably going to go because we've been having a nice little meander around the city. Also, really enjoying this nice roleplay, guys. I have to say, well done. So we're probably going to go until 11, if not until 12, which would be either another hour and a half or another 2.5 hours, roughly, between one of those two times. So hope that would be all right for you guys. You're not starting to flag if you're all right to keep going.
No, that's good. Yep.
No,
Good by me.
Fantastic. All right, sweet. Okay, see you all in 10 minutes then.
Okay. Yeah, I wondered if you're invisible. I was looking for you to give you a high five, but you're not there. Uh-huh.
I'm not going to necessarily discourage you as Tom, but Dolan's not going to be a fan of that idea. But he'll still split the money with you.
As long as Yerk doesn't know what's going on, you're fine.
I will directly encourage you, my friend. Yep. Okay.
So we're just on a break at the moment. I enjoy battles when it comes to, and I enjoy the rolling and I enjoy being in a fight and tactical elements, and for me as a player. But what I really like at these moments, getting to know the other players. I think when you're invested, when you're invested in other players, you feel like the fight matters more. The fight matters. You're invested in these other players. You have a fun moment. This fun moment now with Mono, that's for me, that's a fun moment that brings something together. The people being worried about you, the discussion with Rill, that like about what is this name and writing it down. These things are important as part of the getting into it. So just running through a fight means you're not really falling into a respect or in love or caring about the other people that are there. You're just mercenaries with no point. The film, I think it was King Arthur, film from a while ago, the camaraderie that this group had, that they would die for each other, that they cared, but they joked about each other, they laughed at each other, that they knew what each other was good at. They're the bits for me are important when it comes to D&D, and the moments now I'm really enjoying. Sylk is also enjoying it, but not enjoying the arm riding. He's not enjoying not being fully aware and being used or whatever it is that he feels. But yeah, so let's see how it goes. As we sort of come back from a break and see where this session takes us. See how we go. Anyway, I'll continue just chat away. I'm back.
Ah, there you are, mate.
How's things?
Yeah, good, mate.
That is good.
I think I've updated the loot to give us
Yeah.
I think the right amounts that we've got left. Did we get away with not spending much out of party loot, other than the 200 for?
Hello.
Yeah, Molly's
Um,
my
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
for 200 for the
I think you're right, but we pretty much everything we spent on everything else was out of personal.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
cash.
So we do have three maces, a longbow, and a shield. I think and whatever we sold to that guy, we have that again, by the way. So we can find a different place and sell it again.
Do you reveal that to Dolan or Yerk?
I only revealed it to Mono as we walked away, but
Yeah, don't reveal it to the others.
I would say keep that to yourself. We can sell it later.
Yeah, Dolan, as soon as he'd done his deal, would have wandered off.
Yeah. Dolan wasn't around anymore, so that's fine.
There is one thing though. I've been reading the note that we got, and it doesn't mention anywhere that tomorrow at 7. It just mentions at 7 in the evening. And since we got the note at about 4 in the evening, I'm thinking maybe it was kind of hoping for us
Well,
to.
Alex said tomorrow.
Alex
Yeah,
said tomorrow.
sorry.
Okay.
When I'm sort of paraphrasing from the note here, just to keep it concise, I'll add that on the end. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yes, you guys, you're still in the wide. You're just going around, I believe, looking for some tasty snacks and treats to celebrate with. You actually know there is a pastry shop just a little way to the north off the wide, and there are certainly fresh fruits and vegetables for sale in the wide at the minute, though many of the best ones have now been purchased. There's still quite a few about.
So in the pastry shop, I'm just looking for ones which have that interesting glazing that Alan gave us in the tavern.
You can't find any as you sort of go in, the bell jingling, you see. The rotund dwarven baker looks to you with a smile, and he says, "Oh, looking for a discerning customer, I see."
I have. I don't know if this is a Baldur's Gate speciality, but I had some this morning pastries with particularly something which was dribbled on, like a very clear fluid. It was quite special, I think. Do you have anything?
He sort of just looks through it for a moment and says, "I'm sure I can whip something up." He grabs. I think I have it in the back room. As he goes into the back room for a moment, comes out and he pulls out a pastry with a similar glazing on it. He says, "Is this what you were looking for?"
Yes. Oh, that is amazing. Do you have maybe? Oh, I just realized I have no money at all. I say, well, I'm glad that you have such things, and then I just walk out. So he just spat on his own.
Oh, what? No, wait. You hurl the pastry to the ground in anger, and you just leave as you've just tricked him into spitting on his food.
It's become a new saying in Baldur's Gate to spit on your own pastry. It's,
Yeah, it just kind of looks at the rotund dwarf like, "What? Do you have any steak and vegetables left?"
We've got some pies. Let me go check. Just don't make me do anything weird with them. Yeah?
What do you mean by weird? What was that all about?
Never mind. He comes back out with a tray. These just came out the oven as he places some hot steak and kidney pies on the countertop.
I think I'll take a couple of those, thank you.
That'll be 5 copper each, or 1 silver for 3.
I'll take 3 then.
Very well, and gives you 3 nice. They're very weighty. They seem to be well made. Hot steak and kidney pies. I haven't had my tea yet. This will make me hungry. Each of them wafting with steam, nicely peppered, and with an egg glazing.
So was that Mono who walked in first then? And walked out?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I walk out and go, here, Mono, and just hand him one of these steak and kidney pies.
Oh, that is a blessing. Thank you so much. It's funny because I was told that, inferred that I was a beggar today. But now I'm glad to be one. Thank you.
Yeah, you as you bite into these pies, the sort of hot gravy dribbles out, and you see that they are very hearty indeed. The baker, although easily confused by the Mono's machinations, did actually know his stuff when it came to baking.
These are good. Dolan, come here.
Yeah, I'll walk over.
Try this as I hand him my third pie.
Yeah, I'm going to take a. I think Dolan's mouth is big enough to just do it in a bite.
Yeah, you can just in one huge gulp as again the nice meaty juices fill your mouth, and they've got it's very savoury, very Moorish. You find you sort of licking the gravy off the tips of your fingers as you finish it quickly. It slightly scalds the top of your mouth, but as you're wolfing it down so quickly, but it fills you with a warm, hearty feeling as you eat them.
I'm just going to eat half.
Right, thank you, brother. That was delicious.
Yes, I thought you might like it.
I will go and investigate this place and see if they have fish pies.
So I'm just going to eat half, and then I'm going to see, is Sylk? Do I know that Sylk's there or not?
Sylk's still invisible.
Yeah,
Hey,
Sylk's just been following around nearby.
Are you there? Do you want this half a pie? I want to see what happens when you eat it. I think it'd be very funny.
Yeah, hand it over, and then
There you go.
take half a pie, and then I won't actually eat it. I will put it into my pocket. I'll put it into my shirt so that it vanishes.
Yeah, it just disappears.
Disappears.
Have you eaten it?
That's a tasty pie.
Oh, that's disappointing. I was hoping to see a pie just floating in midair as it goes down your stomach.
That's not the way this works.
No.
Hey,
okay.
I got an idea. I don't know how, but I think I've got about half an hour left on this.
Yes?
I'm wondering how it will work, because as soon as I attack anything, it would actually take me out of this, I guess. But I'm just wondering whether or not we should try to raise some money for drinks tonight with one of those fighting pits that we see over there.
Oh, you want to rig a fight?
I wouldn't call it rigging a fight. I'm just call it getting the upper hand.
Well, you know,
if you want to win some money betting on a fight, why not Yerk and I offer ourselves as fighters, and you can bet on us.
Oh, I will not fight in these lowly pits here.
I tell you, my friend, these two are such stuffed shirts. You can't say anything. You have to be very careful. I try and say that without them hearing.
Did I hear it?
Make a perception check.
I do it.
Yeah, you make a sleight of hand check to try and whisper that. No, it is very obvious.
Okay.
Stuffed shirt? I'm not even bloody wearing a shirt. What are you on about?
I just mean that you two you are very law-abiding, and I tend to see that nature has a different way. It gets round things and through things.
Can I just?
But there's no reason to belittle myself to the level you are going to.
Well, if
So I just laughed to myself.
if
It
you
is
if you
in
guys,
our nature to be honest. Dishonesty is the unnatural thing.
but if you think about it, it's not getting down and dirty. You can go and stand on the sides and have a drink together and just enjoy some entertainment. Entertainment is made by the richest people. So
What's entertaining about a rigged fight that I know the result of?
I didn't say that it was necessarily going to be rigged. I just said I might have an upper hand.
You see,
Which is rigging a fight.
in nature, there's all kinds of things. There are spiders that look like frogs, frogs that look like spiders, birds that look like antelopes, or maybe not. There are fish that pretend to be little bobbing lights, and then they are huge, toothy. They have these toothy maws. Nature's endlessly fooling people. I like it.
Lucian's been
Might I
standing
remind you
around,
we have a
look
city
with
to
wide
save?
eyes. Basically,
But yeah, just like. Sorry, continue.
What did you exit? What?
go ahead, Cam. I'll say afterwards.
So this is like Yerk's like getting quite angry now. He's like, you see like flashing anger in his eyes. He's like,
Might I remind you we have a city to save? I don't have time for your games.
If
it's money-
if you guys want to cheat in a fight, by all means. But Mono, nature is in all things balanced. So if you're going to cheat one way, I've got to balance that out by cheating the other.
I like it. Yes,
That
a very good and balanced argument.
If it's money you're thinking about getting, rather than risk ourselves fighting and maybe getting caught cheating, why don't we just send a bill to Captain Zodge?
Oh,
Well, I've said we need to speak to Dodge in the morning. Let him know that there's a threat on the high halls, that the buggers that built the sewers are building safe houses for cultists, and that the city's in danger. I'm sure the good captain will ensure we're well equipped. And if you want to make money on the fights, I'm happy to go get in the ring myself, and you can bet on me. And you've seen me in the ring, you've seen me in combat. I'm a safe bet.
okay. So I think
I agree with Oleg
maybe
that we need
another time we'll have it. We'll have some fun in the pits. Let's celebrate tonight.
By all means.
So, Lucian, who's probably been coming back with some weird food he bought at a nearby stall, is looking confused. Am I the only one who can't see Sylk? What's in this food?
Yes, it's okay, Lucian. You're not the only one. Just something I've had the feeling that I could show off today, just to give you all an idea, but without trying it in a situation that would be a little bit more worrying to you all.
It's very impressive, Sylk.
And I have about half an hour or 25 minutes after this conversation left. And as much as we're talking about balance and for your benefits, Yerk and Dolan, before today, I didn't think that I would spend this amount of time talking to someone in your station without the expectation of ripping them off. For my survival. To keep me alive. However, for your benefit and the fact that we are going to spend time with each other, I promise you I would not rip you off. And as a show of faith, I won't rip anyone else off as well. But
we appreciate that.
I do want to jump in there and let out some of let's say the aggression that I have from having this arm that's annoying me and just to get rid of some of my stress. Would that be okay?
If you're not doing it for money, I don't care.
That is perfectly acceptable by me.
Well, you have half an hour to have fun.
And then
Have
I
fun.
will turn off my invisibility. I would pop out of it and go. I actually before I pop out. Yeah, no, I'll pop out of it. What type of there are ones there that are with sort of like with weapons, not just with punching and stuff, right?
Yeah, so there's a few bare knuckle boxing rings, but there's also like sparring, just using blunted weapons. And the assumption being that as soon as someone gets hit a bit too much, then they yield and call it off. It's not to the death or anything. It's
No, that's good.
But people are definitely getting hurt pretty badly.
I'm gonna go over there and I'll go over there and see whether there's a way someone who looks like they're running the show.
You see, it's pretty chaotic. The way it seems to be organised is mainly their rings have been set up, but each one has their own organiser, essentially. You see one of them, you see a halfling with a number of fingers missing, leaning back, watching. He seems to be in charge, dressed quite smartly, watching a dragonborn and a human go at it with blunted spears, jabbing each other.
Okay. I want to find one where I can use my sort of daggers or like a blunted dagger, however they're doing it. A couple of daggers.
You see there in one of the rings, a little way off, run by half elf. There's two gnomes circling each other, both jabbing each other with blunted daggers. You see that they're blunted, but they're still like leaving cuts in the skin as they sort of jab into each other, and you see cheers going by, with in fact the orc from earlier sort of standing on hand, ready to heal if anything goes too wrong.
All right.
Didn't mean to do that.
I want to jump in there.
Okay. As you approach one of the gnomes, hurting from his injury, sort of raises a hand and then is escorted off as the other raises his hands triumphantly as the crowd cheers and money begins to change hands.
Can I go over and see who's taking the bets?
Well, the bets will be in. So the bets are being run by people in the crowd. The person organising the ring will take a cut from the fighters, who they themselves make money by betting on themselves.
Okay.
I would like to find someone taking bets, and I'm going to put my last 5 silver on Sylk. Sorry, on Mono even.
On...
Oh no, it's Sylk.
No, it's Sylk.
No, it is Sylk.
Sylk's gonna jump in there for the hell of it.
Yeah. So you jump in. You see the person overseeing it shouts out, "A new challenger approaches! Can he best the famous no-nose gnome himself, Van Gogh?" As Van Gogh jumps in.
I'd also like to find someone placing a bet, and I'll bet 10 silver on Sylk, and I'll sort of turn to Yerk and go, if he cheats and wins, I'll give it to a temple.
That makes it slightly better. Still not honourable.
And just before popping in there, Sylk will turn around and flip or 5 gold towards Mono and go, put it on me.
Yes, I was wondering. Good. 5 gold for you to win.
Okay. This Van Gogh the gnome, he does look a veteran. You see he's slightly balding, but his hair is pulled back into a ponytail. He's got a number of scars on his face, as well as a small goatee beard, and he grins at you and he says, "So, you think you can best me in Hand's game of knifey?" And as he begins circling you, dagger at the ready.
Let's do this.
He tosses you a blunted knife from his belt and says, "Don't go for the eyes. Want to keep my looks for the ladies."
Okay, only one dagger each, right?
Yes, it would be.
Good.
I mean, you can use 2 if you want. He's using 1.
2's fine. 1's fine. Make it a fair fight. You have 1, I have 1.
Right. So, you begin circling each other in the ring. Roll initiative.
Oof.
What'd you get, sorry?
12.
I'll get your token out to make this a bit easier. Okay, so you are up first. You're currently about 15 feet apart. He's sort of crouched low to the ground, passing the knife in between each of his hands.
I will run forward to him and take a attack with my dagger at him.
Okay, you run forward and try and strike.
Oof, that's a miss.
I believe a hawk spirit is flying overhead, swooping, and you see it grants you. You are suddenly able to see far more precisely than you are otherwise able to. You spot an opening. Roll with advantage. Oh, a 19 will hit. Roll the damage. For 6 points of damage as you cut him across the arm as he tries to lunge for you and you slice across this. Not bad. Let me show you how it's done. Would you like to do anything else?
Yes, I will take a second attack as a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
So that's advantage on all attacks?
No, it's just once a turn.
Just once a turn, okay.
Oh, a 26 will hit.
Yep.
Ooh, for 8. Landing a powerful strike. As you slash across his front now, ripping open his thin leather clothes as he staggers backwards, bleeding somewhat. Although, of course, these are blunted. He does not seem happy.
I'll action surge.
Nice! That'll hit!
Oh.
In just a couple of seconds, this guy goes from smirking as he's passing the knife, ready for the opening. You just see Sylk lunge forward and go, "Sash, sash, sash!" And he goes, as you finally bash him across the face with the pommel of the dagger as he staggers backwards, bleeding, and he falls over in a heap, unconscious. The crowd roars. Everyone who bet on Sylk, you get double your money back. So you get any money you originally got plus double that back. So if you bet 5 silver, you'd get 5 silver taken away and then 15 silver given back, if that makes sense.
Oh, that's Van Gogh. He really hit the canvas.
That's amazing. And Sylk will just sort of just wander back, put his hand down to help up the other gnome if he's like semi-unconscious.
He's just about conscious. You didn't knock him You knocked him. You stunned him rather than sort of knocking him.
He'll reach
Stands up
down.
and says, you move fast for a big... Well, bigger than me, anyway. I'm going to need to see Yana.
Go
and
for
he
it.
heads off to the healer's tent, sort of limping slightly.
And walk back
Not
over.
Yana, sorry, Yuna.
Walk back over to the rest and go, that was needed.
I'm going to sort of slap him on the back and sort of go, well done. And isn't it better to have won without cheating?
I look
You see
sheepish
Mono
at this
looking-
point.
Yeah, Mono looking vaguely shifty.
Yeah. And Sylk,
Here are your winnings.
Sylk gives a bit of a wink as well and then goes, thanks. Drinks are on me then. Not sure whether I can just get up and leave after that. Can I? That's where this works.
Yeah, you see lots of people eager to challenge you now. But now they seem somewhat dissuaded. They seem happy to see you go after you just, in a flurry of strikes, just took out the best knife fighter in Baldur's Gate.
All right. Well, I think those pies and treats probably aren't enough. How about we get a couple of drinks together and then maybe head to bed.
Get some sleep.
Do you know of a tavern near our accommodation?
I don't think we would find any on the upper side of the city that we would be welcome in, but maybe just through the gates down here there would be one.
Yeah, so the taverns in the city, in the upper city, there aren't so much taverns. They're seen as more for the rabble. You would have sort of very private, very exclusive gentlemen's drinking clubs or ladies' bridge societies and so forth. The lower city would be a better bet. I mean, you could either try and make it over to the Elf Song, or there are a variety of other less famous taverns scattered around Baldur's Gate in the lower city, especially near the harbour.
Well, if you're that insistent on going to a tavern, what's the harm in scoping out the site of our ambush for tomorrow?
I believe there is in fact a tavern named the Smiling Boar, quite near to you guys.
But we could also go and check out the Low Lantern Tavern and just sit in there and do that. But if that's going to help us with tomorrow, and then go back for a sleep afterwards. But that's a long way around this city.
Can we take a ferry? A little boat?
I mean, I can get there. I can get us there quick, but I'm just I don't know what the time is anymore, and I'm a bit concerned about timing. But up to you, go.
I have to pick up my acorn.
I would prefer not to venture down into the lower city until we've had a rest. Let's just get some booze and then go home.
Yes, let's get some takeout.
We've got plenty of time to stake out tomorrow. Let's find the nearest place, and also we've got to remember that the people we're up against know where we live, so we don't want to stray too far from where we're staying.
Well, should we go back to where we thought we were staying? Why don't we go? Maybe we stay somewhere else.
I don't think they're going to make a move, but I think they're definitely going to be keeping an eye on it. If we go to the Lower Lanterns, they know that that's where we're heading tomorrow, or they're going to at least have a suspicion that we're staking it out. If we stick close to our accommodation, they're not going to know what we're doing tomorrow.
Okay, I like it.
We'll see if we can get some moonshine or something in a cask and take it back with us.
That is a brilliant idea.
Around here.
Then let's do that. Lucian, you needed the acorn, or someone needed an acorn?
It is my acorn, yes.
Yeah. And I just need to get some pen, like some an ink pen and ink for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Which
So
I'm
would
sure
you
will
want
be-
to? So when are you going to buy? Were you going to buy them now, or were you wanting to do that tomorrow?
If I can do it, if there's a store that has some, I don't need to necessarily roleplay it if you don't want, but like just to
That's fine.
get an ink.
You would be able to buy a ink and pen and stuff like that for the given price, the average price for them. You'd find that reasonably easily in the stalls. Just if you're just getting generic ink and a pen, that won't be too difficult to find.
Cool. I will do that then.
Right. Also, I'm also going to take a quick break here, just because I've got to grab my food out of the oven. I'll be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Go for it.
All right. See you guys shortly.
Yep.
So should we just say that we fast forward and get our kit?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've done a fair bit of shopping, haven't we?
Yeah. I'll say
Yes,
that
sir.
you guys are able to get back to your lodgings, and it is reasonably although there are no sort of beds remaining, they were all taken out when the dormitory was abandoned. There are easy places to set up bedrolls, and there's a fireplace with still a little bit of firewood in it for you to get a fire going if you wanted to do that. And you can all make yourself relatively comfortable, either together or with privacy if you'd rather be on your own. And I'll say you get some rest, and we'll go over what happens during then when I'm back with my food in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Good.
Go for it. Cool.
Do we want separate rooms? Because it's if someone's on watch, they'd have to run around all the rooms.
I would have thought that we could bring everything down to the
common room.
to the common room and set up there. If everyone's okay with that, then we can all sort of be ready to go.
Yeah, I think it sounded like we were doing a picnic and a cask of ale in a common room, and then just all get with us taking turns doing watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sylk only needs 4 hours of rest, so he can sort of take half of a watch fully rested, just so you know.
I think there's enough of us, so
Yeah.
to fill a
Yeah.
watch, to fill all of
Spike
the
around.
watches in pairs, basically.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Needing to do a fight.
No, it's fine.
Wasn't much of a fight, but
That was a slaughter.
I actually
Poor
didn't mean to flick up the totem. I was just exploring it, but as an idea, but then it just happened. So that's fine.
To be fair, me as Tom was like, yeah, I love that. That's great. But Dolan had to be like, you can't cheat.
I know.
Got to win honestly.
Hey, it added a moment of added a moment for me. That's fine. I will try my best not to cheat in front of the characters.
Yeah, I think you just we've got to be a little surreptitious around these two.
Yeah. It's like sitting here as a chaotic neutral character. I'm just sitting there going, but what? Isn't that the whole point?
Exactly.
You're more than welcome to cheat in front of Dolan if it's against someone who's either aligned with evil or is actually abyssal. But when you're against a mortal,
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. I mean, it's yeah. As I said, the juxtaposition of Dolan and Sylk are quite it's quite going to be fun to role play out.
Yeah. Mono's morals are somewhat elastic.
So it's a completely out of character. I love that this type of elf gets the invisibility automatically. I love it.
Well, there may or may not be some breaking in our future, and that might come in handy.
Yeah. The Genazi I am has passed without a trace. That's an extra bit, so I can that can be pretty useful.
Yeah.
I find pass without trace can be a party saver.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially for those big clunky metal wearing.
As
Yes.
demonstrated in the previous dungeon.
Yeah.
It's like thud.
Yeah, I am a bit clunky.
I would have to say I'm in the Clinky Brigade in this game.
Yeah. Sylk is definitely not clunky. Yeah. I'm going to quickly grab a drink.
I did wonder how we were going to handle B&E without a rogue in the party, but knowing we've got someone invisible's pretty useful.
Yeah, wild shape's good as well for that.
See, my concern about it was less about people sneaking and going invisible and more about opening things. So I do actually have proficiency with thieves' tools. I figured it was fitting for somebody who was used to getting into places they probably shouldn't, and finding things they probably shouldn't.
I'm back.
Did Alex go AFK?
Yeah, just he quickly went to get something to eat or to bring back something to eat.
Here now.
There we
go. Before we go to sleep, I'm going to cast Goodberry and hand out. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to hand out one berry to everyone, and to say, "Do not eat this; it will fill you up for the whole day. But if one of our party goes down, obviously that is a very slight chance of that, as we've seen. Just feed them one of these."
Thank you. That's good to know.
It is almost as good as Lucian.
Thank you, I guess. What does it do exactly? So small.
Yes, but it is powerful.
There's no way to add. There's no way to add a good berry to equipment, is there?
I think you pull it over from the compendium. Does that work?
Manually typed it in.
Okay, it's all good.
Actually, I'll give another one to. I'll give another 2 to Lucian, so he's got 3.
What you can do is you see the little plus at the bottom of your items. You can just do a custom one and just type Goodberry. Then you can give it a number of 2 or whatever.
So Lucian, you've got 3 now.
How? These are incredible if they do what you say. How long do they last?
They will last a day. They disappear into the ground.
That's actually a mess. They don't disappear, they just turn into normal berries.
Why? disappeared.
See, every druid, including myself, have made that assumption, but I was corrected on it, and it does actually say in the spell description they don't disappear.
Okay. Yes,
But yeah,
I,
if you want yours to disappear, by all means, go for it.
no. I go into a reverie and I am mistaken. They turn into ordinary berries.
I think it would make sense for monos to turn into rocks. You should try to eat one and break your
Yeah.
teeth.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah, they turn into little black rocks.
I
Perfect.
guess I shall keep mine near my mouth then.
But I suppose we're not going to have a feast with good berries, now are we?
No.
Let's bring out some of the food we've bought. And Lucian, who's been walking around the stalls while the others have been chatting, has picked up basically a weird assortment of food. Something a person who's never been to the city just picks out when he goes for the first time to a city. Like, oh, I want some of that, and some of that, and some of
Yeah,
that.
you see there's like a whole bunch of vegetables that look kind of strange. There's some leg of a meat that doesn't look like the best cut, but it'll do. And there's also a full half pail of cream.
I have no idea how we should eat this, but it all looks so good.
If anyone has a pot, we might be able to cook up something. Otherwise, roasted vegetables with a cream sauce.
Sounds good to me.
What does a mess kit exactly contain? Does it
Uh,
have a pot?
No.
Not quite. So a mess kit is basically like it's just enough to eat off. It's not enough really to sort of cook with very much.
Ah, okay.
But you do have an abandoned building. If you were to explore it, it might turn up with some useful things.
Yep, Lucian would go investigating through rummaging through the abandoned building, looking for a big enough pot.
Roll an investigation check.
Just a bunch of dust.
You find a chamber pot.
Oh.
I mean, if you were to clean it out, it might work.
I'm not going to suggest that to the party.
Okay.
How big is an how big is an arms box?
Not that big.
Damn it. Can make some tuna or something.
I mean, if you inverted Dolan's shield, it might be able to be a frying rack almost, but
oh, you know what?
Dolan would be very keen on that.
No, you know what? Actually, I have two shields. Actually, I for some reason been carrying around two. Here's one. Maybe we use one of the two that I have, and I take out a shield.
I mean, yeah, it's sort of a bit concave. You could use it as kind of like a wok.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And this shield does not look familiar at all to anyone, so this is good. He thinks to himself. And,
I'm going to go and have a poke through the house.
Is there anything in particular you're searching for?
I'll keep my eye open for a cooking pot along the way. But things like blankets and stuff, if we're going to end up sleeping here.
hey, Rill, before you head off, and I explained to Rill what this place used to be. From the former religion that was kicked out, as mentioned earlier. Maybe he's interested in that look when he's looking.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, Rill. So it lets you know. This was previously the dwelling place of not cultists, not warlocks, but full-on clerics of Asmodeus, Lord of the Nine Hells. They have a small and somewhat skeptical following, and they were swiftly kicked out a few decades ago after the events in Elturel put people off fiends pretty much for good.
So, the people that used to be here openly were demon worshippers.
Yeah, but no one likes demon worshippers, so now it's a abandoned place available for us.
Might be worth keeping my eye open for books as well, though. If they have dealings with the demons, that could have some interesting information for us in them.
Yeah. Do you need any support or help looking around, or?
You can if you wish.
I was actually just thought someone else might have wanted to support you. I'm staying as far away from you while you're searching places. But I just...
Sensible.
Yell out
Yes.
yell out if you need anything.
I'll give you a hand. I'm intrigued by this place.
All right, lifting up my mace and casting light on it.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
So I'm alcohol free again
23.
tonight, just in case you're checking.
That is very good. On a 23, you find a very interesting looking old, looks like almost like a scroll case. It's like a long wooden tube.
Is it capped? Hollow?
It appears to be have a broken wax seal on the top, though something does appear to be still within it. This is in one of the dormitories. It was sort of fallen down beside one of the empty bed frames.
I'll take 10 minutes and do detect magic.
Sure. It does not appear to be magical.
Actually, just as a side note, while I'm doing this, I'm doing it from the spellbook rather than my divine side of it.
Yeah, sure.
So I'd like to make a mental note of the differences between the two.
Interesting. So as you do it from the spell book, make an Arcana check or a Religion check, either or. Okay. So, when you are casting your divine magic, you notice that there is a blue light. You have also seen sometimes just a hint of, not like a pattern, but like a sort of recurring theme of like certain symbology that tends to appear. It looks like almost like a less than sign, like a sort of, but slightly crooked, slightly jagged looking. It's not a symbol you recognize, but now, but that's when you're doing your divine magic. When you're doing your arcane magic, you see none of that. You see a more gentle, sort of low, whiter kind of light, rather than the bluish light that you get when you're casting your divine spells.
All right, cool. In that case, once I've finished casting it, I'm going to take a moment to make a note in my book of that little symbol thing.
Mm-hmm. So basically, it's almost like a slightly askew number 7, or that's backwards, or a less than side that's a bit wonky and jagged.
Yeah, I've got the idea.
But does he find any pots?
I'll say you do also find a like a stew pot hidden away in a cupboard in one of the dormitories.
And some 2 hours later, they finally realize Rill's still missing, and they find him sat in the corner of the room writing notes in his notebook with a big cooking pot.
Yes.
In that case, if I found this weird scroll thing, I'll take it back to the group before I do anything with it, along with the pot that I found.
Okay. You do so, taking it down the stairs as Rill triumphantly returns.
That is way
Oh,
better than the chamber pot I found.
Yes. Bigger, probably cleaner too.
Well, depending on who's doing the cooking, we'll probably need both this evening.
Sylk actually laughs, full belly laugh at that as well, not just me.
I think we probably just, so what you got in that case in there, Rill?
I am not sure yet. I found it tucked away at one of the rooms upstairs. Oh yeah, did I find any blankets or anything around?
Most of the blankets were removed. You did find a few old mattresses, but most of the blankets. I mean, there's a few bedrolls, but there's not really blankets per se. There's a sort of, you could sort of fashion some out if you were trying to use. There's bits of cloth basically. There's no dedicated blankets.
If there were a couple of bedrolls, I would have rolled those up and shoved them into the top of the pot, bringing them down, just in case we need them. I don't know. I found it upstairs, tucked behind one of the mattresses, and put it down over to one side and pull it out. And I've checked, and it's not magical. And I'll unroll it to see what it is.
You guys would see this appears to be a map. You see that written in common in the corner of what looks to be a large barren plain bisected by a blood-red river and ringed by mountains. You guys see... in fact, I will show you what you see. You guys see a map of Avernus.
Oh.
Dolan's going to sort of hiss a little bit as he recognises that as a lower plane.
Oh yes. This reminds me, now that we are finally somewhere we're not likely to be disturbed, can I see the coin?
Depends who's got the coin.
Yes, here it is. Do you want to hold it or just see it?
Just see it. I may need to hold it, but put it down.
Okay.
I'm going to go and get that first book that I got. The one from... what's his face?
The mage? Flennis?
It was the one that I was originally meeting in session 1.
Oh,
Hoffman
yes.
Sarchester, that was it. I knew his name was written down somewhere.
Yes. So what was the book you got of him again?
That was a book on the different forging techniques from the various circles of hell.
Yes.
A fairly specialized book, as I recall.
Yes, you do have that available. If you would like, I will let you make a religion check with advantage to cross-check the coin with what's written in the book.
Before I do take the coin out and actually put it on the ground, I say, Rill, how many skulls do you have in your head?
Just one. The Temple of Helm took the other one out.
Okay, then I put it down.
It was a curse to make me more vulnerable to necrotic magic.
Okay.
Okay. On a 21. That religion skill coming in handy. Who said intelligence was a dump stat? On a 21. You start leafing through this book, and you see there is a section on essentially artisanal crafts of the lower planes. Devils are brutal creatures, yes, but they are also proud, and much of their handiwork reflects that. It has a brutality, but also a grandiosity to it. However, this coin appears to have an even more extreme level of handiwork put into it. You see that where other coins that used to store, so this is, you would know this to be a soul coin, and its value is far in excess of what you'd expect some coin to be. You also see that the runes of binding all around the rim of the coin are significantly more numerous and more powerful than you might expect. Finally, on a 21, you do sense that there is something strange as well, not only about the coin itself, but also about the soul within. Or souls, rather. It seems to, unlike the typical means of concealing evil souls, the runes associated with that, this seems to have specific warding against the powers of good souls.
So this is probably storing good souls right now.
I don't like this.
You would also know that were you to try and free whatever souls were within, it would either require you to be on outside of the material plane, as freed in this state they could easily become trapped here, as such can happen with things like ghosts, or you would need to have the assistance of very powerful magics.
Does he relay that to everyone else?
Oh yes. Very excitedly, very enthusiastically, probably with long lectures in between, but yes.
Perhaps Brother Lucas that we met earlier could assist us with this. I mean, I don't know that he necessarily has the power, but maybe one in his order, or I can inquire with Brother Matthew of my order, and maybe we can find someone with the power to release these souls. But I wouldn't want to do it unless we're dealing with some of the higher ups of our orders.
On that, we are in agreement. I do think they should be released from there, though, if it turns out that they are good souls, and I definitely think we need to know more about it.
Is it possible that rather than 50 normal good souls, it's one extremely powerful good soul, maybe even the soul of a god, perhaps, or a higher planar being from the celestial realm, perhaps an angel or something similar?
If you would like to test this theory, Dolan, feel free to look at the coin with your divine sense on.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. As Dolan's eyes flash bright gold as he begins to sense the world around him on a deeper level, Dolan, you can very clearly sense in this coin there is something celestial.
this is the soul of a very powerful upper planar, an angel, maybe a low, maybe even a god. Just whatever's in here, we need to find a way to free it.
Very good, I say, and I'm just going to pick up the coin and pop it back in my pouch.
You hold on to that, but God help you if you lose it, because I will lose it.
Very good.
How did you find it anyway?
You should ask the cat.
What?
Right, Hamlin?
I don't speak cat.
Hanlon's just sitting on Sylk's lap.
You see, there's a lot of rat blood around Hanlon's mouth, and he's currently licking his paws.
Well,
You're telling me the cat found a coin with possibly an angel's soul inside it?
yes, of course. And if he wasn't stuffed to the gunnels with a rat, he would tell you himself, right? It is actually how we all met, was to do with Hanlon was carrying this coin, and the cultists were after it, and we dealt with the cultists.
I recovered the coin after the battle, and it woke me up from my sleep making trumpeting noises, and I don't truck with things abyssal or hellish in nature, so I asked Mono to hold on to it.
Yes, the trumpets. That does explain the trumpets.
Oh yes, the trumpeting angels.
Nah, that all makes sense now. I think we've got a lot of research to do tomorrow morning. I have some business in the Low Lanterns at the library, a potential friend who will have knowledge of these things. Yerk, you wanted to check that out to scout our ambush for our friends who like to leave dead heads at our doorstep. So maybe 2 birds with 1 stone.
Don't forget, we have the brother of Mortlock, or whatever his name was. He is also hanging out at the Low Lantern. And as far as I know, he's killing birds. I am not happy with this.
That seems like a plan for the morrow. Let's head to the Low Lantern. We also need to speak to the captain as well and let him know to reinforce the guard at the High Hall.
Yes, we may also want to inquire as to extra equipment, because these cultists are far more armed than I thought they would be.
And that seems...
Also, if there is a chance that we may be running into extraplanar beings, I know some of them are only vulnerable to enchanted items.
Well, a few are vulnerable to silvered items, and we have that silvered flail as well.
Yes, this is true.
If it's all right with the rest of you, I wouldn't mind carrying that, because I also, through the divine blessings of Bahamut, have an ability where I can do more harm to abyssal beings and hellish beings than normal beings, and adding a silvered weapon to that arsenal would make my attacks far more effective.
So Yerk reaches round into his backpack, picks out the silver flare, and was like,
I was really hoping to keep this as a prize for victory.
then looks at it for a bit, and reluctantly hands it to Dolan.
Thank you, brother, and I will repay your kindness.
I want the next good-looking weapon from a fallen foe to add to my collection.
You are more than welcome to it, brother. Unless it's a bow and arrow, and then it's Sylk's.
I don't think I could use one of those anyway.
Yeah, I think bow and arrow, my hand will be up. Probably both hands up. But while my hands are up, who's got the cask? Or the moonshine? And I'll take a swig.
I think I am turning in now. It has been a very long day.
Yeah, so those of you who sleep, I imagine this would be the time in which you drift off. With I won't force you to do the logistics of organising a watch, as it is relatively uneventful. However, some of you do not have the most easy of rests. Specifically, Rill. As you're drifting off, you begin to dream. You dream that you are on a vast black plain that stretches as far as you can see in all directions. There is only one light above you. That light forming the same jagged symbol that you've seen sometimes reflected in your divine spells. It is shining bright blue as it glares down upon you, the only light in a void expanse. All around you, you can hear sort of faint rumbling noises and crackling sounds. In your dream state, would you like to do anything?
Is there anything else moving at all?
No, you are seemingly alone. In fact, there is one thing moving. The light above you, it seems to be both coming towards you, but at the same time getting smaller. As it does so, you kind of look around on the ground. Make an investigation check on the ground around you. It seems to be a very hard black metal, though you would not know the exact origins of it. And it rings faintly as your feet step onto it. You can also see that the black expanse surrounding you is not completely flat. It is appearing to curve upwards. In fact, as the light above you begins to advance, getting closer and closer and smaller and brighter, you can feel the iron floor curve up more and more and more. You see, it's almost as if you are trapped inside a bowl that is shrinking rapidly, wrapping itself around you as this symbol on the ceiling, shining bright blue, is heading directly towards you. Would you like to do anything?
Something that I was going to do earlier, but it slipped my mind. A religion check on the symbol. Specifically, have I seen that symbol before in the Book of Ultimate Harmony?
Sure. Make a religion check. On a 14, I would say that'd be enough to be reasonably sure that you have never seen that symbol before, ever in your entire life, in all of your many studies. As the symbol rushes towards you, the walls around you begin to close in. You find yourself trapped in a small circular space. It falls inwards further and further, and then you wake up.
Okay, the last seconds in the dream, I'm ignoring the sensation that it's giving me and focusing on memorizing the symbol, making sure I get all of the little details. And then as soon as I snap awake, I'm writing it down.
As you're gazing towards the symbol, trying to memorize it, you do get the exact glimpse of the symbol, and it is the same one that you're familiar with. Right as it's rushing towards you, for a second there, you can see it is not... It is a bright blue light, but you can almost see through it, but you can't make out what it is before you wake up. There seems to be something behind it. but you do not know what it is, as it is too brightly overpowered by the blue light.
Okay. I have experiments. I'll wait and I'll message you them in Discord, because otherwise it'll be time consuming.
That's fine. Yerk. You have a dream as well. You dream that you are kneeling before your father. His auburn beard flecked with spittle. He is yelling at you, berating you. How dare you bring shame to this family? You should never have come here. I never wanted you as a son. Be gone from my sight. What are you looking up at your father, or are you keeping your head bowed?
So keeping his head bowed, but he's like feeling sadness and anger all like welling up at the same time. So he's like snarling, but with like a couple of tears dripping down his face.
Okay. You're keeping your head down. You hear your father's words become more and more intangible. They grow into a roar.
So
you
it's
feel...
like...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so I'm clutching the family sword harder and harder, which is the long sword at my hip.
You suddenly feel a hand on your shoulder. It does not feel like your father's. It is sort of larger, more clumsy.
So I turn around to take a look.
You see the face of your mother. She is crying blood out of her orcish eyes.
I'm at this point very confused as I go to draw my longsword.
Okay.
Saying, this is not real. This is not real.
You wake up.
So I'd like to wake up, clutching my longsword, looking at it, going like, "Was that from this?"
Make an Arcana check. As you do so, we will go now to Mono's stream. Mono, you see yourself walking through your community, restored, revitalized. On the horizon, you see Elturel shining as it ever was. All around you, you see happy children playing, the first generation of your new community. You notice that something is missing, but you're not sure what. Make an investigation roll. Ooh, on a 6, you're not sure. The sword certainly doesn't seem to be doing you any good.
Oh,
It
19.
seems to be weighing you down. Yes,
Oh,
I'm just talking to you
different.
right now
Sorry.
because you rolled his
Yeah.
Arcana. But you fear it might be weighing down in your mind more because of its implications rather than anything else. On a 19 mono, you realise what's missing. There is no companion. There is no second son above Elturel.
So do I get a sense that this is... So I know it's not in the past.
Mhm.
I'm thinking it's the future. So I look at my own hands to see whether they've aged or not.
They do not appear to have aged much, but you see they bear the scars of many battles.
Well, I'm just going to walk around and look at the faces of the people that I may have lost.
You wander around, drifting off into your reverie. Tavi, you also dream. You dream that you're back in your hometown of Idargan. You're walking through the streets. This time, the people, they do not feel towards you as they once you once feared they would. As you walk through, you see the statue in the center of town, the great stone feet shattered at the base. But above it, you see that the stone feet are beginning to glow red. What do you do?
Is it a red glow that I would recognize? Let's not recognize, but a familiar red glow? Or
Somewhat. It feels different, harder.
I would get closer. Take a look.
As you get closer, you see that the red glow begins to swell and rise until a red outline of the statue in burning light appears. It is a great winged angel wreathed in fire.
I would just look at it, mouth wide open.
The great angel is wielding a sword as it is glowing in red fire, illuminating the town, though the other townsfolk pay no heed. Its great sword rests at the tip of your throat.
Yeah, at that point, I would start backing away, maybe falling over myself as I'm retreating.
As you back away, you back up and you feel something great and hairy and tall and foul-smelling standing behind you, its shadow falling over you. You fall forwards and can only glance up as the angel and the great foul beast lunge at each other before they are consumed together, falling into you. And then you wake up.
I would be sweating. Lucian would be sweating profusely when he wakes up, looking around, seeing if he screamed during his sleep.
You're not sure. You don't think so. You sort of started awake, but you didn't. No sound came out.
Okay.
Dolan, you have a dream. You are facing a horde of foes. Beside you, you have a great shield. It is intricately carved. It does not have the symbol of your order upon it, but it glows and fire spews forth, blasting a horde of demons that lunge at you. You are standing on a fiery plain, surrounded by foes, but the shield creates a great wall that rises out from it, surrounding you and protecting you. What do you do?
I'm going to take a knee and sort of in bow and issue a prayer and sort of say, Father of dragons, give me the strength to smite your enemies. Give me the courage to fight your battles for you. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Thunderous Smite and ready an attack with a Divine Smite for any demons that shield.
Okay, so as the demon lunges at you, make an attack roll as it jumps through the flame.
That's, with Divine Smite.
As this demon lunges at you, you see the great shield forms a golden barrier around you. The demon's attack misses. You strike with your maul and with your smite, eviscerating this demon. It's great. Looks like a great gorilla. It is blasted into nothingness. You sense a shape rising out of the shield. It is a great golden dragon. It wraps its wings around you in a protective embrace and roars, scattering the demons. And then you wake up. Not using any of your resources, of course, because it's in a dream. Finally, Sylk. You find yourself in a trance, as you often are, reliving the memories of your people. This time you fall into a memory that you have not fallen into before. You remember being extremely small, swaddled up in cloth, with both of your arms. You hear faint noises. You see two blurry figures arguing. One of them is crying. What would you like to do? You there first?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Just wasn't hearing anything from you.
It would not feel like a dream. I would just try to listen in further to what they're saying.
They appear to be speaking Elvish. You feel weak and powerful, weak and powerless, with your small form swaddled in this cloth. In this memory, you've realised that one of the figures is an elven woman, the other an elven man. The one word that sticks with you as they wake up is the city is not a price worth paying for my son.
I would...
In Elvish.
I would actually look at my left hand, the one that I have never had in my life, and I would look at it.
You look at both of your arms as you sort of stretch them out in front of you in your dream form. You notice that neither of them are covered in the strange dark coloration that otherwise covers part of your body.
Oh. Am I me in this?
You feel like you're you, and the two figures in front of you, there's something comforting about them.
I would try to call out to them.
You try and form words, but all you make is a wail as they stop their arguing and turn to you. You see the face of the elven woman, who is the one crying, leaning in, gathering you up into herself as the memory fades.
I'll try to make as much of that memory as I can.
Okay. You struggle to remember anything beyond that, I'm afraid. Yeah. So, you will all wake up with varying degrees of questions about what that means, if anything.
So as I wake up with my longsword in hand, I'd like to study it for about an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. I'll say you don't need to do that. Make another... I'll say if you want, you can ask one of your party members for help, and they might be able to help you figure out, rather than spending a couple of hours.
I'll go to Rill and be like, Rill, does anything seem off about this sword to you?
When you first approached me, you'd notice I'm probably sat off in the corner talking to myself, which, granted, isn't unusual. But when you get my attention, I've got that distinct glow about my eyes. I'd say I've got detect magic vision up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll glance at the sword at first, and then up at Yerk, and then take the sword and investigate it.
The sword appears to be entirely mundane. You don't notice anything off about it, though it does appear to be very finely crafted, and the family crest in the pommel is prominent.
Do I recognize it?
Make a history check. Yeah,
Ooh.
on an 18, you would recognize this is indeed the family crest of the Delts, who are a very influential family in Elturel. And this you would know to be Yerk's family.
I'll pass the sword back. It's a very nice sword. Good rendition of your family crest too.
Thank you.
But
It was a
I can't
pleasure.
detect anything particularly special about it.
At which point I go back, sit down, and study the sword for another hour.
Okay, as you ponder what that dream meant.
I'll ask him about the sword as I'm still kind of muttering on to myself.
What do you want to know?
Why you thought it might be different?
Well, earlier I was able to cast a spell. I've not been able to cast spells before. It's not been something I'm familiar with.
Could you cast it again?
I don't know. Try cast something. I say, like grabbing the sword, unsheathing it as it's like starts just like a green flicker of light flicks across the blade. See?
What do I see with my detect magic?
You would see evocation magic coming from all around Yerk as he cast that spell.
Does it have an arcane flavor or does it have a divine flavor?
Arcane, 100%.
Interesting. It appears to be some kind of natural talent you have. I would say it's arcane in nature, not divine, so you don't have to worry about some god interfering with your life. It seems to be entirely you, whatever it is.
That's slightly more reassuring.
Can I put... Oh, can you tell me more about these experiences?
Well, to be honest, it kind of started just happening after I got yo-yoed down in the dungeon by that necromancer.
Ah, I see. Yes, I can see why that would change someone's even soul. Can I take his descriptions of what's happening and run them through my head and see what I can come up with arcana or history or nature or religion to try, well, less so religion since we worked out it's arcane, to try and narrow down this kind of thing before. Have I heard about this kind of thing?
I think Arcana would be the most apt. On a 17, the magic does seem to be coming from within Yerk. However, it doesn't seem to be entirely of him. It's hard to explain. Like, the flavor of magic that's coming off him almost appears to be not borrowed per se, but inflected based on some other influence. There's a hint of something else about it, but you can't put your finger on it. It is arcane, definitely, but it's augmented by something.
Unable to tell what, though?
You'd be unable to tell what, yes.
In that case, I'll make a note of it as yet something else to have a look at in this library today. They're going to hate me.
Well, thank you for having a look, Rill. As I
You're perfectly welcome, and as I say, I'll have a note and make some research about it later.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
While we're doing show and tell, Yerk, you're from Elturel. You whole life, yeah?
That is correct, yes.
Perhaps you'll know of this family, and I'll take off my ring that I have, my gold ring, and just show, which has the writing on the inside of it. Just sort of go hand it over to you. There's this writing on the inside of my ring that apparently is the only thing that I had been given from my parents. It's a clue to finding the person who saved me. That's a story for another day, but do you know where this family is from?
I can have a look.
Yeah, so you have a look. It's make a history check, please, Yerk. Also, the inscription is in Elvish, so Sylk, you might need to translate.
Yeah.
A 12. You see the family name. It does ring a bell for you, Yerk, in your studies. You did come across this, but it was supposedly a family that left the city 100 years ago.
That's that family, Sylk. That they are no longer part of Elturel. They left at least 100 years ago.
What do you mean they left?
You don't know. You in your studies, there's talk of this family, this influential elven highborn house, and then there's sort of a footnote, and then 100 years ago, they left, or they stopped coming up. Basically, you assume they left. You don't know what happened to them, but they stopped coming up in the history books.
So yeah, echoes what Alex just said.
Thank you. Raises more questions than it answers for me. But thank you.
No worries. I mean, if we do get back to Elturel, I'm pretty sure we'll hold further records somewhere. But as for now, that is all I can tell you.
Do you know much about the temples to the god Tempest?
Sorry, what are you asking?
Whether Yerk knew about the temples in Elturel for the god Tempest, for the god of war.
Do you want me to make a religion check on that one?
Yes.
I haven't heard.
You bumped off to do sword practice in some of your studies of religion.
It's okay.
You can't recall.
Thank you, Yerk. I'll go and sit back down and finish off some breakfast from the leftover pot from the night before.
If we are sharing, I had a strange dream last night too. I'll describe the dream. A flat plane, a curving thing, and the weird symbol in the sky, and tell them how that symbol shows up when I divine cast detect magic, but not when I arcane cast it. And how, if I'm interpreting the dream correctly, maybe whatever's in the coin is powering my spells. I'm probably not, but it's a possibility.
If you want, you can make an investigation check to see if you find that symbol on the coin.
Now that everybody's awake, yes, please.
Did you have your divine powers before finding the coin?
I was not with the others when they found it. I came into the group sort of third or fourth hand.
But
so yes, I definitely had my powers before I saw the coin. As I said, I think they came to me from the book, but the book itself is not magical, so who knows?
Ooh. You have a look at this coin, rolling it over in your hands, trying to spot anything, but you see nothing. There are many runes and symbols on this, but there is nothing approximating your symbol.
With the languages that I know, can I try and make an approximation, not necessarily what the symbol means, but make a guess at possibly what language it's from, or if it's a sigil or something connected to one of the languages that I know, or something like that?
Sure, make a history or religion check. I mean, it kind of bears a passing resemblance to certain symbols in Infernal and Dwarven and Draconic, but it's distinct enough to not be any of them. It is its own thing. It does not appear to be of those languages. You don't remember seeing anything like that in all your years and years and years of study, in all the books you've read, in all the volumes that you've combed through, in all the languages you've learned. There is nothing quite like that symbol.
Which coin are we talking about?
The soul coin.
Oh, I've still got it.
Yeah. I mean, I assume you would have lent it to Real to have a look over it.
I'm reluctant, but I will. It's strange with Mono. He's not very possessive about anything, but he feels he's. You can see there's a little bit of intensity about him in that coin.
And it's not just the prospect of putting something potentially deadly in Ril's hands.
Maybe.
In an enclosed space.
Every time you start investigating something, Sylk sort of moves away from you a little bit. It's just like... You know what I find weird is that it seems that Yerk, you've woken up and had this dream, and Real, you had this as well. Last night, after yesterday, my prosthetic was burning with this pain and writing on it. I was up. My subconscious mind was meditating and shifted itself to a time that I don't remember, where I had both my arms. I've been told, and I don't remember a time with my arms. I don't remember a time with, but they didn't have my scars or my marks that I have. How are we all having dreams that are slightly different from where we actually remember? Could it be that it's not a past thing, but more of the place we're in?
Well, we are currently staying at the accommodation of the cult who worshipped the leader of the Hells, so...
I think it's probably more our proximity to the coin.
Could it be a...
Or it could be just, it could be the stew.
It was very heavy and creamy.
Yeah. That and moonshine together. Well, are you all rested?
Yes. I'm feeling good. I had a good dream. Nice dream.
Happy for you.
I mean,
Yes, but I didn't eat any cheese. I don't know about you lot.
well, my dream was actually a good dream. It was just very confusing because my parents, I assume, were there. My hands were both there. It was a happy dream. But I was confused and unaware.
So you think your parents lied to you about your arm?
I don't... No, I don't.
I've heard of...
I never met my parents. I only have the worst of stories. I don't really care too much for my parents.
It's me thinking, I wonder what you can buy with an arm.
I was told that I was born with these marks and that the people my parents associated with or worshipped with, I don't know, considered it a bad omen, I guess you would say. I was sent to be killed the moment I was born. This is... I don't think this has anything to do with... I don't know that this has anything to do with that. I'm not sure. Maybe Real's right. Maybe it's about how close we are to the coin.
Maybe. I pick it up and put it away.
I love how nonchalant Mono is with the coin. It's great. Right,
Okay,
so
Hanlon, what are you doing?
Hannon sort of is stretched out in front of the embers of the fire. Sort of goes, is there one of those long cat stretches and then meow, and then sort of saunters back up to Sylk.
Okay, you are the leader of this group. What should we do today?
Hannon says, "We should kill rats."
Okay, that is a good idea. Apparently, we must kill some rats. Shall we do this?
Just on the topic of what you're doing today, I don't know how much longer everyone wants to go for. I'm happy to end the session here if you guys want to. Otherwise, we could go for another half hour.
I'm happy to keep going.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to keep going.
Yeah, I'm fine. Keep it on.
I think I'd have sort of a maximum half an hour in me.
Yeah,
That's fine.
So yeah,
that's right.
sounds good.
Yeah, half an hour sounds okay.
Okay,
Cool.
that's fine.
Before we go anywhere, I would like to have a quick check of those other 3 books that we found in the cultist lair,
Ooh,
or
yes.
the sewers, the crypt.
You have a quick check of those. Those also appear to be spell books, filled to the brim with spells. However, make an investigation check. Okay. So is that a 10 or is that a... Okay, that's just a 6.
Yeah, that's 10. That's 10.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let's have a look here. So, the first book, the one bound in red leather, contains the following spells. So get ready to type these down. In fact, I will. What I'll do is I'll read them out and then I'll send them to you over DM afterwards. All right. The red leather book contains Burning Hands, Detect Magic, Disguise Self, Fog Cloud, Ray of Sickness, and Silent Image. The second book has Charm Person, Find Familiar, Identify, Magic Missile, and Sleep. And the third book has Cloud of Daggers, Dark Vision, Detect Magic, Featherfall, Mage Armor, Magic Missile, and Tash's Hideous Laughter. So plenty of spells for you to peruse there.
Nice.
Okay.
It seems we have some more spell books here.
Is everything alright with you, Tom? You seem to be making loud sort of grinding noises.
So he may have drifted off.
Do you reckon?
It might be It might be snoring.
Is that the case? Tom!
Oi, Tom. Wake up.
If Tom's fallen asleep, we'll have to call the session there.
Yeah.
It is getting pretty late.
That could be
You've got orcs to kill.
That could be a sign. That could be a...
Yes, that's snoring.
I'm offended at that.
Is that first, Alex?
He started off on his long rest.
I mean, it is. I gotta say that is good role playing, right? Can we? Hang on.
I mean, it's literally.
Dolan, Sylk's doing something dodgy.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom, are you there? Were you asleep?
Tom.
Hello. Are you all right? If you were nodding off, we're probably gonna call the session there then. You okay?
I think that's a snore.
I thought it was someone's dog.
Hang on. I just want to make sure he's all right. It's just not having any trouble.
I think he's definitely snoring.
It's the dulcet piano music in the background.
I wonder if I should play something loud.
Yeah, if you got
try some System of a Down or something like that.
We're going into battle. Roll initiative. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, someone's cast sleep on himself. Yeah. He's either snoring or he's sawing his desk to pieces.
All right.
That now. While Dolan's asleep, I'm going to plant.
He might be talking, but his microphone might be broken.
It could be, yeah.
That might also be the case. I mean, he's not responding in the text though, so I don't think it is.
No,
probably not.
I'm going to plant one of these beans underneath his chair while he's asleep. No, I'm not. They do terrible things.
They can do pretty terrible things.
Yeah. Oh, very good things.
Well.
You think this is gonna work?
Maybe. To rack up the volume. But you can't, can he? He's in charge.
Yeah.
I mean, this is at least the moment in time. This is at least the moment in time where you've got to put a map of him and like three dragons. It's like,
Yeah.
all of us just with rolls that show that we're dead and like,
Yeah, kind of
what
total
happened?
Tony Stark Avengers Rebel Dead. It's the last one left.
Tommy.
He's definitely out for the count. Bless him. He's got a hard day.
And now he's corrupted it, so the sound effect sounds like it's snoring now too.
Yeah.
I love it.
Tom, Dolan,
Wake up, man.
all three Tiamats bear down upon you, Tom. What do you do? This is not gonna. All right, I'll stop the music.
I missed.
Oh no. Hang on. Right. Okay. Gonna make 2 claws attack and a tail attack, all on Dolan. Oh, that's a natural 20. That's a 39. Dolan does a 39 hit. It only does 40 points of damage though. Don't worry, she rolled kind of low.
That's not bad. Only 40 points of damage. I think almost all of us would be dead with 40 points of damage with one hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Post.
Well,
Most.
I'm kind of offended that my token's not dead there as well with you guys.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
I'll put you on and kill you. There we go.
Man, you were you were given a command to flee. You're not on the map. You ran away.
You got polymorphed into the 3rd Tiamat.
I know I just rolled dagger, but the chances of Sylk being standing anywhere near with his longbow would just be like at least 150 feet away.
So that's what you got inside you, Lucian.
Yeah. 3 Tiamats.
Yeah, 3 Tiamats just splitting out of your stomach.
I love how you've
See,
managed.
and I can already tell you what Will's last words were. Dragons? What dragons?
Right. Okay.
Tommy.
I think. Thanks for the session, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I probably let it go on a little too late there. Sorry.
No.
Sorry. When you wake up, Tom. Sorry in advance. If you do, wake up. But we shall see. I hope you guys have a lovely week, and I'll see you all round next time. Sorry, it's been a bit of a low-key, more role-play heavy session, but you have been stuck in a dungeon for a little while, so
don't be sorry.
seems appropriate.
It was
Yeah,
enjoyable.
I loved it.
It was a lot of fun.
It's great. It's a nice break from being on our ass the whole time. So.
Shall I leave this up just for next session to say, so while you're away, Dolan, we had to stop in the middle of combat with all the 3 Tiamats. Hang on, I need to make it more convincing. I need to give one of them should have taken 7 points of damage.
And we give someone the job of recounting what happened, and it's just nonsense.
Okay.
Just make him do make Tom do the recap for next week.
So how did this happen?
And I have no idea how we ended up where we are, but we are.
Well, we need to make it believable. It has to be Rill's fault that we ended up attacked by 3 Tiamats.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
Mono went to
yeah,
hand.
absolutely.
Mono went to hand over the coin. Rill dropped it on the ground. It exploded.
Yeah. Lucian transformed.
Brilliant. Guys,
Great. Thank you very much, Alex. It was great.
Yeah,
good
cheers,
session.
guys.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Alex.
everyone
Glad
else.
you enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty of things to stab next week.
Yeah.
I think what I would have to say is that Rill put on the bronze crown.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
the
That's it.
reason.
That's it.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right.
Okay.
See ya.
Good night, guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
End of a session ended up quite funny there at the end with the Tiamat. Yeah, I mean, I know that Alex has sort of apologized for not having a lot of other like action, as we were saying in one of the breaks, that actually sort of enjoy this. And I think it's important from a DM point of view and a player point of view to know what you like and what you think. And this changing pace is actually really cool. So for my Wednesday campaign, obviously we've been in a dungeon crawl for 3 weeks now, in there, and in one dungeon, or not even a dungeon, a cave that's not even that big, but it's just been sort of different elements. Now where our session goes for 3 hours, not for 5 or 4.5, so there's differences to it. But I think that the idea that to take that beat, like it's been just from one thing to the next thing, and I think that group like a battle, they're jumping into it, but I think also this idea that to take a beat, to take a downtime, a relax, let them get to know each other, get a reason to want to fight for each other, against each other, with each other, whatever. I mean, and for other people, other characters, other play characters. So I brought in Fevin in the other campaign, in Festivals and Fear, and on Wednesday nights, and I brought in that with the idea to sort of give a new some objects to people, some elements to people, but then also to drive forward a requirement and also open up the world without it needing to do. They could have said no and gone away. Brought them in, and then when she died, there probably wasn't enough of a, oh my god, what happened to her? So let's see how it goes. Anyway, cool session, quite late. I will sign off now, and we'll see more of how Sylk goes. I thought it was a lot of fun doing the fight there, the sort of 3 attacks and getting, and it was quite fun. Let's see how we go next week. All right, enjoy.